Hello everyone, and welcome to Please Be Happy. Which, honestly, I'm already happy. Just being on the title screen, listening to this lovely music, I'm already happy. I'm so excited to play this. I've been looking forward to this game for so long, and it's finally out. After a lot of hard work, effort, passion, and love from the dev team, I'm so happy that it's finally time to play Please Be Happy. I'm so excited. But hello, Bob. Congratulations on the first, and I am so glad things went well for you today. A celebration day. Addie, hello. Thank you for working so hard on this, you and the whole team. I know how hard you've been at work getting all of this ready and done, so I'm so excited. I'm so happy to play it. I can't wait. Honestly, I kind of just wanted to start playing it immediately when I got it, but I was like, no, I'll behave myself. I'll wait to stream. But I think this is probably going to be all I stream until I finished it now, so. But yes, I am so excited for this. This is a new Lirie visual novel by Studio Elan, who released Heart of the Woods, if you know that game. They've also got a bunch of other games under them, like they have a Studio Bell House, which is like for distributing, publishing. Is that the term? I'm terrible with video game terms. But anyway, lots of cute girls, lots of good games. But yes, publishing, that's the right one. Because yes, Who Was the Red Queen was under Bell House as well. Publishing. I'm glad I got it right. I started this and then I was just like, oh, I'm talking a lot about things that I actually have no idea about, huh? But I'm really, really excited to play this. I played the demo when it came out, and ever since then I've just been like, the demo made me so happy. I feel like Please Be Happy is such a perfect title for it because everything about it made me happy, and I'm so excited to play the full game. It's out. I'm ready. I still don't know who I'm gonna go for. I have no idea which path I shall take first, but I guess we'll see how it goes as the game progresses. I'll make up my mind as we go along, I guess. But yes, I am ready to start. Hopefully the audio level should be right. I think I adjusted them properly before the stream, but we'll see.
You'd like to tell me a story? Please, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Yes, Aspen, I would. Oh, here we go. Fog settled over the forest far from the villages and towns, and with it came silence. Birch trees shivered, pondering the weather, and dropped their leaves in fright. Streams bubbled unseen by man, and babbled like the birds in the trees. In the middle of the forest was a grove, and in the middle of that grove was a log. It had been years since it had fallen, once one of the proudest trees around, and now in death was home to an abundance of life. A line of frantic ants ran to and fro. Mushrooms, cloud-like and pillowy, sprouted across one side, like a footpath for fairies. Nearby, an old toad flopped contentedly in the mud. And inside the deep, damp hollow of the tree, something slept. Oh, Tenten, thank you so much for the lurk. Oh, I've got to say welcome to you as well. I got so excited to play the game, but welcome also, and thank you for the lurk. I'm so excited too. I hope you enjoy it as well, but thank you for stopping in. I'm so excited. It's gonna be so good. Oh, inside the deep, damp hollow of the tree, something slept. A traveller strolled into the grove. Their steps were slow and tired, and they spotted the log with relief, like greeting an old friend. Weary from the day's journey, the traveller sat to take a rest. Whoosh! With the scrabbling of nails on rotten wood, a shadow bolted from inside the log to the tall grass nearby. The traveller watched the brush rustle as a faint patch of fur appeared within. Hello there, friend. I didn't mean to disturb you. They held their hand towards the grass, offering a piece of dried fish. At first there was no reaction, and then first a snout appeared, quivering as it tested the air. Then followed the rest of the fox, sleek and tawny, as she took several slow steps forward. Her amber eyes were alight with mistrust, but also with wild, wild curiosity. The strangers sat unfazed, their offering still outstretched. They dared to meet the fox's eyes, and in that glance felt something kindred. As the fox closed her jaws around the gift, a bond was made. Maybe we aren't so different, you and I. The traveller returned the next day and the day after that. Each day they brought some treat for their new friend. Each day, the fox's steps grew a little more trusting. Nugget, hello! How's it going? Welcome! What is up? I've just started a new visual novel, which I am very, very excited to be playing, so it's story time. It's story time over on twitch.tv/Lirie. And hopefully it'll be a good story. It's gonna be a good story. I know it is. And I'm so excited. One day, when the traveller arrived, the fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently.
Hello, my friend. Have you been waiting long?
The fox peered up at the traveller. Her amber eyes were warm and trusting. She accepted her gift of meat, gnawing it at the traveller's feet there and then. Then and there. The traveller sat, imprinting into their mind the feeling of the wood beneath them, the clear air around them, and the tender bond of companionship.
Where is your home, little fox? Is it here in this grove? Or do you come to see me too?
Oh.
This will be the last time, I'm afraid. Because I'll be going home tomorrow.
Oh, the voices are so good already. Also, Alinte, hello! Welcome to Storytime. Congratulations on the first that you definitely got. Well, welcome, welcome.
Home is such a small place compared to the rest of the world.
Aww.
Yet, it's some place I can't wait to return to. I wish I could bring you with me, little friend. I wish that you could see the world too. Your home is all around me though, isn't it? It's wherever the trees are, wherever the leaves fall.
Oh, thank you for the gym. Mama Petra, hello, and Timochi, welcome. And yes, this game is fully voice acted. All of the characters have voices, and I'm just so flustered for words at the moment. I'm really looking forward to this game. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Barb. I will. Oh, where'd I put my water? Oh no. Oh dear. Give me a sec. Where'd I put my water? I'll be right back. Oh my god, it was on top of my wardrobe. Why the heck did I put my water bottle on top of my wardrobe? I'm losing my mind. But Aldo, hello! How's it going? Nice to see you. Let me have a sip of my drinks. Yes, lots of hydration on my wardrobe. Have a drink. I have my Monster on my desk. You see, one thing I do is, like, if I'm eating something at my desk and I don't immediately want to take the bowl downstairs, I'll put it on top of my wardrobe to keep it out of reach of Tiffany, because if I have, like, a bowl of cereal or something and I leave it on the side, Tiffany will immediately just dunk her head in it if I leave it on any kind of surface. Sean, hello! Thank you for the glasses! Oh, good shout. That is a good shout. I could definitely do with glasses for story time reading, but no, my wardrobe is very tall and she can't get on top of it. So it's basically where I store things when I don't want Tiffany to get hold of them. But I don't know why my water bottle was on there. I'm guessing I was just holding it at the same time I had my bowl and I just put it on top of there along with it. I was looking around my desk like I know I brought water up with me, but it's okay. I found it. I found it. We're ready. I have the hydration. I have the glasses. We are perfectly ready for story time now. I'm ready. No, this is already so cute though. I just got a big smile on my face just through this whole opening sequence.
Little fox, perhaps it's you who's the more fortunate of the two of us.
Yes, welcome to story time. It's gonna be a nice comfy story today, which I'm very happy about. I feel like the last visual novel I played was a lot of fun, but it was also the opposite of comfy. So I'm very excited to just have something nice and relaxing and gentle. A happy story. Please be happy. All too soon, it was time for the traveler to go. As they bade goodbye to the forest and to the fox. Yay! Thank you for the confetti. They knew that they would not return, but that they would always carry the memories with them always. I was getting ahead of myself there. The next day, the fox was sitting in the clearing, waiting patiently. Chapter 1 of Foxes and Fables. This is so pretty. This is so pretty. Begin chapter 1.
At Wellington Skyport.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you for flying with Kiwi Airlines, and we hope to see you again.
The intercom's announcement is muffled in the closet where I'm hiding, just like the clatter of the seatbelts and the chattering of passengers getting ready to disembark. So glad the achievements work. Oh, did the achievements not work when it released? Oh. Oh, just little game release problems. Yeah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad it pops up so nicely. They worked on launch and then you released a bug fix. Oh, and that broke the achievements. Oh no. When fixing bugs creates more bugs. There she is. There she is. I wiggle around impatiently, sore from crouching in here for I don't even know how long it's been. Hours for sure. The last few minutes always feel like they take the longest. A parade of footsteps begins to pass by outside my door. It's time. I listen carefully, waiting for a gap in the crowd. When it comes, I stand up and push the door open in a single movement. Sneaky fox. Oh, the music's so good. I give a wink to the shocked-looking lady that I stepped out in front of. She doesn't even have time to gasp before I'm out of her sight. Humans, they're always kind of slow. I nod at the smiling flight attendant as I pass her by, and then throw up my hood to cover my face. It's been a while since I last flew, but it doesn't seem like things have changed much. It's always been harder to sneak on than it is to sneak off. I follow the crowd to the end of the walkway and step out onto the ground. After a long stretch, I take a deep breath and savor the fresh air after being stowed away for so long. Wellington Skyport, New Zealand.
I made it!
My breathless voice joins the pleasant hum of the skyport. A few clouds drift lazily overhead, almost within arm's reach. The sound of the waves rolling onto the shore is like a lullaby. It makes me want to burrow into the sand and take a nap. But I can't. First, I need to get out of here. And there's one more challenge ahead. Up ahead, the snaking line of passengers splits as people are funneled into a few security stations. While I'm too far back to hear what the guards are saying, it looks like they're examining a little booklet from each traveller before letting them pass. Humans sure like processes and procedures. I definitely don't have a booklet like that. No passport, mijo. Glancing around, I hope to find another way out. An open window would work, or even an unguarded exit. I'm pretty sneaky when I need to be. Unfortunately, it looks like the only way to leave is to go through security. Without any other option, I join one of the lines and prepare myself. I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. The line moves briskly as passengers are cleared one after the other, and I'm almost at the front of the queue before I know it. As the passenger in front of me approaches the booth, I listen closely. Also, Gambler, hello, welcome! Welcome to story time. Welcome to Comfy Cute Girls story time. How's it going? Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. Passport, please.
Right here. It's good to be home.
I'm sure. Welcome back.
He stamps something in the man's booklet and then hands it back to him, and he continues on out of the skyport.
Next.
Now, why New Zealand? Why not New Zealand? There's things set everywhere. I love that it's set in New Zealand because it's something you don't really see. I feel like so many things are just like English language things tend to just be like set in America, but there's so many other places around the world that speak English too. So it's honestly you can set it anywhere. It's fun. It's a nice change of pace. Yes, and Addie is a Kiwi. Next, that's me. I don't know what they do to people without any papers, but I don't want to find out. I'm sure it involves lots of questions, being escorted around, and other unpleasant stuff. Casually approaching the gate, I put on my brightest, friendliest smile while keeping a slight distance. With my breathing steady and tail calm, I'm sure I put on a convincing act.
Passport, please.
Of course.
I fumble around in my pockets, pretending to look for my passport. Instead, I grab the useless, clunky phone that I've been carrying around and let it clatter to the ground at the guard's feet. As expected, he bends down to retrieve it for me.
Oh, let me get that for you.
And I make a run for it, bolting ahead and rushing past the security booths as quickly as I can.
Hey, you, wait!
Stop!
By the time they realize what's happened, I already have a few seconds head start. My inhuman speed combined with the natural chaos of the skyport should also buy me a bit of time. Still, I've got to get him off my tail! Uh-oh! Mio on the run! Fox on the run, what crimes will she commit? Dashing through the skyport doors and out into the road outside, I don't even have time to take in the city. Without stopping for breath, I run into the narrow streets while weaving between cars and shocked bystanders. Being seen by so many people like this is annoying, but it won't matter by tomorrow. Whew. Putting the thought out of my mind, I vault over a low wall into a nearby alley and land in a crouch. Out of sight, but only for a moment, I close my eyes and relax my muscles. All feeling disappears except a slight warmth against my neck. Yeah, my secret weapon. I really love that when the music changes, it shows up the name of the track. My secret weapon, the unremarkable looking necklace, is one of my only possessions, and by far the most important. A certain one of the beads strung around my neck begins to heat up in response to my will, a soothing warmth flowing through my body. My hands and feet begin to morph first, the fur chasing up my arms and legs as they distort and shorten. This sensation was so bizarre the first few times I tried. It's amazing how it's become second nature by now. Closing my eyes, I let my body and head shift in turn. The face is always a little uncomfortable, my once human face changing and lengthening into a snout with some difficulty. You will know the names of these songs, I will. I love them. The soundtrack is so gorgeous. The process complete after only a few seconds, I open my eyes not as a human, but as a fox. Oh! I dart away without waiting, far quicker on 4 legs than I could ever be on 2. Obstacles like the stack of garbage cans ahead would be a pain to get past as a human, but instead I'm able to flit between the gaps without slowing down. Oh, the violin and cello are live recordings. I love that. I've got such a soft spot for string instruments, like orchestral strings. I'm just like, give me a song and I'll be like, yeah, this is a good song. Stick a violin in it and I'm just like, this is now the best thing in the world. I'm very easily pleased, but orchestral strings are so good. I wish they were included in more music pieces.
That's her! I know it!
Sounds like the security guard hasn't given up on me yet. I pick up the pace, running as fast as my paws will take me. His heavy breathing gets farther and farther away, and in just a minute or two, I know I'm safe. gosh, it's so pretty. Oh, I love the background as well. I don't know where I am, but it's not like I knew where I was when I started running. I almost feel bad for the guy who was chasing me. He never stood a chance. Even in the crowded city streets, there's no way anyone or anything that can outrun me. The wind just wishes it could keep up with me. Comfortable that the danger's past, I slip into another alley. Once I'm sure that I'm alone, I close my eyes and concentrate on the form I want to take once more. Yes, nine-tailed cat. Cat, why did I say cat? Fox. Nine-tailed fox. She's not a cat, as much as I wish she was. Why did I say cat? I've just got cats on the mind, I think. That familiar flowing warmth runs through me again, my body stretching and deforming at my command. A few seconds later, and I open my eyes to glance at my hands.
Better luck next time.
Kee. Brushing the dust off myself, I nonchalantly stroll out of the alleyway and back into the street. The odd person walks by on this errand or another, not paying any attention to me, just the way I like it. Also, Yamato, hello, welcome! Welcome to story time! Comfy story time, yeah, all the music is so good.
Left, right, past turn, left.
Mapping out my path in my head, I look for a way to the main roads. It'll be easier to get my bearings there. I pick turns at random without any real destination in mind. When I decided to make the journey to Wellington, it was pretty impulsive. I'd overheard another pair of travellers talking about it and how beautiful a city it is. With a moment now to take in the scenery, I can see they weren't wrong. Also, I am very good today, thank you. I am really excited to be playing this game because I've been waiting for it to be released. I've been looking forward to it so much, and it's finally out. It's here. It's time to be happy. I hope you're doing well too. The streets around here seem like a mix of homes and businesses. Everything is very colourful. Even the brick walls are covered in pictures and paint. In the distance, I can see green hills that are lined with houses, as well as green hills that are completely empty. There are a lot of hills now that I look around some. From just a few streets away, the sound of pedestrians and busy intersections floats my way. I head in its direction, taking shortcuts through yards and driveways when it's convenient. I love the flags. God, this is so pretty. I love this so much. If there was a place like this near me, I'd probably go out for walks every day. It's so pretty. In one lawn, a big dog growls at me as I walk past. But when I transform and growl right back, he tucks his tail and runs away. Dogs and I have always had an understanding. After squeezing through one last narrow side street, I finally emerge onto what looks like a main road. There's no cars here, but tons of people on foot. There are brightly coloured signs and decorations on most of the buildings. In the middle of the street, there are fountains and benches and trees and all kinds of stuff. The best part is the variety of stores. When I stroll past a few of the windows and peek in, I can already tell that I'll be able to do most of my shopping around here. There are stores with food, with clothes, and with just about everything else. I don't have any money on me, but that isn't exactly a problem. That's why shopping was in quotes, huh? I see. Zariad, hello! My test results are in. I'm diagnosed with being a pink kitty. There is no cure. I can only manage the symptoms with worm on string. Well, I feel like the symptoms of being pink kitty are cuteness. So, I don't need to manage that, I don't think. But hello! And welcome, Citraxis as well. Nice to see you. Welcome. Hope you enjoy your time here. Welcome to Comfy Story Time with Kleptomania Fox. Good times. Oh, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. Yes. Oh. So you know each other. I see. Yeah, I'm so excited to be playing this. I've been looking forward to this for so long, but it's so good. It's already so cute. The music is so nice. Oh, being pink makes me blend well against pink colors. That's true. That's true, I can't really stand out against pink. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, Mama Petra! Thank you so much for the gift subs! Oh my goodness! Thank you! Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs! You worked on Cinderella Phenomenon! Oh my, I love that game! I love that game so much! Oh my goodness, thank you! Thank you for stopping in, I hope you enjoy your time here! I'm so excited to do this. Honestly, I'm really excited to play this because I really love visual novels and I really love reading as well, but I feel like if a visual novel is completely unvoice acted, by the end of it, I have fun making the voices myself, but by the end of it my throat is going, oh please don't talk ever again, please. So it's gonna be nice that I can do the narration in this whilst also having the voice acting of the characters. It's gonna be the perfect amount. You're just the programmer? You say just the programmer? Programming is so much work. There is so much involved in programming a game. Don't put yourself down like that. That's so good. And Rava, hello! Enjoy the gift sub! Yes, if you got a gift sub from Mama Petra, please say thank you and also enjoy the emotes. Just also to the UI. Oh, it's so good. Look, there's no putting yourself down here. Here we big each other up. Like I have an entire command for Addie on my stream. I've got a whole command set up for her because she also did the art for my model too. So it's so exciting because she did loads of the art for this game too. So I'm gonna be matching the game. I'm so excited. It's so pretty. It's so pretty already. Like I keep looking at the flags though. I wish these flags were everywhere, but alas, people. But yes, here we don't put ourselves down. Here we big ourselves up. We are all for fake it till you make it. Even if you don't feel like you're worthy of things, just say you are enough times and before you know it, you'll actually believe it. Trust me, it works. I've tried it. Instead of being like, oh, well, other people are better, you've got to be like, oh yeah, I did do all of that. I did that. I'm powerful. Also, Gambler, thank you for the hydrate. Having a big sip. Sip of my monster, sip of my water now that it's not on top of my wardrobe. There we go. I'm running low on my monster though. The monster can I have at the moment it's only got like a tiny bit of monster left in it because it's the leftovers from my can from yesterday. I didn't want to waste it, so I was like, I will just have these last 3 sips of flat monster on stream today. Also, Sarah Starchild, thank you for the posture check. Good shout. I will have a big stretch. Ugh. There we go. Ah, sit up straight. Oh no, my hood fell off. You can't see it, but I'm actually wearing a blanket at the moment that has cat ears as a little hood on the blanket. So I am super comfy and cozy today. Oh! Akira, hello! Thank you for the door knock. Welcome. Come on in, the door is open. Everyone is welcome for comfy story time. I have already gotten so sidetracked, but it's okay. In fact, you know what I'm gonna do while I'm still sidetracked? Because my monster's nearly finished, I'm gonna open the other monster can now so you get to enjoy the sound. Are we ready? Are we ready? Ah, there we go. Fresh can of monster. I've got energy, I've got water, I've got my glasses on so I can read, I'm comfy, I'm ready. Ready for comfy story time. He. Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag please sponsor me, monster. Hashtag without playing Apex Legends. What is a problem is that it's too crowded. Dodging a couple of security guards is one thing, but trying to escape down a busy street with lots of people could be too much even for me. I'll just have to remember where this place is and make another visit later, after all the shops are closed, to go shopping. Shopping. Oh, interested to see how this visual novel is? Oh, I've only just started it. I've only been playing it for like half an hour, and it's already so comfy and sweet and nice. I've been smiling the whole time I've had it open. Even with the kind of sad beginning and the fact that she's literally talking about shoplifting right now, it somehow still manages to be wholesome. Wholesome shoplifting. Please don't take that out of context. Shoplifting is bad, don't do it. Also, Zero, hello, nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to story time. Don't worry about the shoplifting. Don't do it. It's bad. Then, a man in a bright coat hurries past me, talking loudly on his phone in a language I don't recognize. He's so distracted that he doesn't even notice when his wallet falls out of his pocket and onto the sidewalk. No, don't do it. No, don't do it. I notice, of course. Seeing an opportunity, I zip over and snatch it up. Prying open the black leather pockets, I find...
Score.
a couple of bills and what I figure is the local currency. I slide the money out and into a pocket of my jacket. She's a fox deity, she doesn't follow human laws. Well, she sure doesn't follow the human laws, that's true. But hey, who needs to follow human laws when you can just turn into a fox, right? Right, that's probably bad. It's probably still bad. By now, the man is so far ahead that he's almost out of sight. I have to hurry to catch up to him to give him back his wallet, and he barely even says thank you.
I should have just kept the whole thing.
Yeah, honestly, that's rude. Like, even if I was in a hurry, if I dropped my purse and someone ran after me and gave it back, I would be so thankful. Like, that's rude. Okay, yeah, that's a finder's fee then. It's okay. Shoplifting has to be done. How can the shop get back on their feet when it falls? You're right. Yeah, lift the shop up. Shoplifting to make it higher. And it's only a couple bills lighter. Yeah, I'm sure she didn't take everything. Plus, if he's like a businessman talking on his phone, he probably doesn't just keep all of his cash in his wallet. Thought shoplifting was an exercise for strongmen. Oh yeah, it's right there along with house flipping. It's only fair that I get a little something for myself, since it's not like he would have ever gotten it back without me. True. Look at that. We've got a number and then 2 numbers. I head back to my bench and inspect my prize. A blue bill and a brown one. These feel sturdy, nothing like the paper I expected.
1, 0, 10, and 5. So 15.
She can count. I'm so proud. 15 isn't much. I definitely should have kept the whole wallet. Oh well, at least this should be enough to buy myself something to drink. She's working so hard, I'm so proud of her. My thirst is starting to get the better of me as I haven't had anything since I snuck onto the airship. No, you've gotta hydrate before you dihydrate. Following my nose, I walk down the busy street until I find one of the many cafes lining the path. The sign hanging above its front door has a picture of a bell on it. A charming bell rings out from above the door as I enter. I can't help but savor the wave of refreshing cool air washing over me, which feels even better after so much running. Yeah, Dr. Vu's voice acting is so good. Mio's so cute. She's so cute. Honestly, all of the voices in this are so incredible. Like, when I watched the video with the voice acting... God, what's the word I'm thinking of? The first time they showed who the voice actors are. I'm sure there's a term I'm thinking of, and my brain is blanking right now. I guess like the voice acting debut video, that's not what I'm thinking of, but it gives them meaning. Reveals! The reveals, that's the word I was looking for that I completely blanked on. But yeah, when they did the voice acting reveal video, I was just like, these voices are so perfect. They are so amazing. Can't stay long because you need to sleep. Oh, that's absolutely fine. Thank you so much for stopping in either way, because I know it's late for you. But I'm glad you're able to make it. Yeah, time for city cafe prices, that is true. Ooh, yeah. How much is that 15 gonna get her? Yeah, honestly, I want to hug everyone too. It's so good. Yep, a charming bell rings out from above the door as I enter. I can't help but savour the wave of refreshing, cool air washing over me, which feels even better after so much running.
Hiya! Welcome to the Bell House.
Hello! I am welcomed! The barista behind the counter is the only other person in the store right now. As I nod in greeting and she leans forward with... she leans forward with a cup in one hand and a pen in the other.
What can I get you? We're having a special on affogatos if you want to try one.
I don't know what an affogato is. Favorite Derby.
Usually, they're like $7, but today, they're only $5.
Wait, that's good. You could get 3 with that 15.
I'd like a...
I'm not sure what an affogato is. Isn't that a vegetable? Not wanting to commit to the strange-sounding drink, I look at the menu instead. I tell you what they are, but affogato. I love that. That's terrible, thank you. And thank you for the confetti, Zero! I hope you sleep well. Thank you for the confetti gift as you leave. Hold on, I feel like I need to Google this now. Ooh, it's a dessert. A coffee-based dessert, which usually takes the form of a scoop of plain milk-flavoured or vanilla gelato or ice cream, topped or drowned with a shot of hot espresso. I've never tried that before. Ooh. Honestly, I'm not much of a coffee drinker anyway, so I don't know if I'd like it or not, but I feel like with ice cream or gelato, ooh. Oh, thank you for the hydrate too! Let me finish off my nearly empty can of Monster so I can start on the fresh one. Man, I really want to try it now. Man, because I feel like a lot of the coffee drinks I've tried have been like really strong coffee. And strong coffee always feels like a bit overwhelming to me. I'm not a big fan of like overwhelming coffee tastes, which is why I haven't really tried many coffee drinks. But I feel like there's probably going to be something out there if I try it. If I try enough things. I think my main problem is I just haven't tried many. I tried a couple of drinks and didn't like them and I was like, okay, I don't like coffee. But there's so many different varieties, there's so many different coffee beans. For a start, like, much to think about. I should have some water as well, probably, shouldn't I? Ooh, try it with black tea. Oh, I want to try that now. Oh, so many things. See, I'm not really very adventurous when it comes to drinks. Like, I have my general Starbucks order, which is just like a chocolate cream frappuccino. Is it frappuccino? I don't know, but the one I have doesn't actually have any coffee in it. Like, my Starbucks drinks of choice do not have coffee. It's like an iced chocolate drink or hot chocolate. I like chocolate. Can't drink most of the coffee beans sold in the supermarket. Yeah, it's like, I wonder... I think I just need to try more stuff. Someday. See, most of the time I don't really bother with coffee though, because I get all the caffeine that I should probably have through Monster Energy. So, like, if I already have, like, a can of Monster, I feel like I probably shouldn't have a coffee on top of that, because that's going to be a lot of caffeine. But I want to try more stuff. I want to try more. Sometimes trying new things is good. Found a dark chocolate cookie tea the other day. Ooh! Wait, that sounds really nice. Ooh. Like the local coffees. Love a good black coffee. Just like instant coffee with the personal ratios of creamer and sweetener. Yeah, I feel like that definitely makes a difference too. Like, I know with tea, like if I'm just having like regular like English breakfast tea, I'm really picky with the amount of milk and sugar I have. And if the ratio is slightly off, then I'll just be there like, I'm drinking this, but I'm not enjoying it. Because it's so funny, because people always presume I have loads of sugar in my tea, but I'm actually 1.5 teaspoon kind of girl. And it's always 1.5. Like, I have my specific tea mug, which is the size I like it, because it's a... I don't want to say it's a small mug, it's smaller than like... I was gonna say it's smaller than big mugs. You don't say, that says nothing. But I have like fairly small mugs because whenever I have a hot drink, I feel like if I make a cup of it that's too big, I just don't end up finishing it because I'm a really slow drinker. So I tend to have my own smaller mugs because I know that's the amount I can actually drink before it goes cold. But it's 1.5 teaspoons of sugar and then a splash of milk until it's the right color. Like, I judge it by the color. I don't know how much milk I actually put in because I just add little drops until it's the right color. It's the way I judge it. It's a bit awkward when other people are making me a cup of tea because it's like, how much milk do you want? And I'm just like, a bit. Let me come put it in. Prefer frappuccinos and instant 3-in-1 coffee. Ooh. Like the pre-made stuff. For you, no milk or sugar in tea. You do that with milk too? Yes, I feel like it's so much easier. Like, I know what it looks like when it tastes good for me. You need to get a teacup lid. Wait, is that a thing? Why am I asking if that's a thing? Everything is a thing. Oh, I could really do with something like that. Because I'm a very forgetful person, as anyone who's ever watched me play a puzzle game will know. My short-term memory is questionable. So a lot of the time I will make myself a hot drink and then I'll wait for it to cool a bit because I can't have it when it's like scalding hot. But sometimes I will forget that I've left it to cool and then I go back to get it and I'm like, oh, this is lukewarm now. I'll still drink it anyway. Honestly, that's part of the reason why I've started drinking a lot of fruit teas. Because recently I've got this really nice tea which is like, I think it's like strawberry raspberry cranberry? I think it is. But it's a really, really nice berry tea. And I've started drinking that more because I like the taste of that even when it cools down as well. Like, yeah, cold fruit tea still tastes nice. So if I do forget about it, I can still drink it and it still tastes good. That's the main reason why I've been doing it. Oh, insulated mugs. Oh, I should do that as well. Oh, love all the drinks talk. You made the ending achievement art based on drinks. Oh, that's so good. I'm so glad. Yeah, I was I was about to apologize for going off track so much. I feel like this game's gonna take me forever to finish, but I really like going off on tangents. Especially in games like this, like really nice story games, it's nice to have the little moments of, what would your order be? What would Miho's order be? She doesn't know how to read. Unfortunately, it's full of handwritten, spindly letters. I can't read a single word and there are no helpful pictures. Safe option it is.
I'll just have a vanilla latte. Ugh, boring. But okay. Name?
Boring. That's a little bit rude. Even if you think it, you probably shouldn't say it out loud.
Miho.
Miho! Been without coffee for weeks now. Only black tea or fruit tea. Ooh. Oh yeah, because you mentioned that you're cutting down on caffeine. I'm gonna have another sip of my Monster to help. I will also caffeine. The power of caffeine. It definitely helps because I did not sleep last night. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I guess I'll have more. Thank you. I'll have water as well. Gotta keep hydrating. Oh God, I love the feathers too. She's so feathery. I love the feathers. Double water too? Okay. Okay, I guess I should. It's my first time testing out how that name sounds, and I decided that I like it. I decided on the airship that that was the name I would use here in Wellington. I've used so many names throughout my life that I can't remember most of them. For each new city that I visit, I come up with something new. Foxes don't have any use for names, so nobody ever gave me one. She scribbles something on the cup with a black marker. If that's how this name looks, then I'm even more pleased with it.
$4.50, please.
Oh, that's even cheaper than the affogato. Nice. I hand her the brown bill and she gives me back a big coin with a picture of a boat on it. If I were to make a party, would I make a monster punch bowl? Oh, that would be very tempting. But also that would mean I would have to share my monster, so
All right. I'll have this ready for you in no time.
Oh, she sure seems enthusiastic. I nod as she spins around and starts working. Looking about somewhere to sit, I decide on a seat by the window with the sun pouring in. Near the entrance of the cafe, there's a wire rack with a stack of maps and tourist pamphlets, so I grab one of the maps before taking my seat. That's very smart. This cafe is big and bright with plants everywhere. They're on the walls, on the floor, and on the ceiling. Most of them are real and vibrant, obviously being well cared for. Oh, I love the look of this cafe. Like, I would love to just sit and relax in this cafe, like looking out the window, having all the plants around. It looks so comfy. Does Monster make those energy powder things? Oh, I don't think Monster does, but I know there's plenty of energy drinks that do. There's a lot of the powder energy drinks. Man, that would be interesting. I wonder what it would taste like. Even the lights that hang down from the ceiling have glass ornaments with little shrubs in them. Oh, they're the lights! Oh, I love that! Oh, they're so pretty! Oh, I want lights like that. But if I ever had a light like that, I would have to have artificial flowers because I am terrible at looking after plants. Caring for plants is hard, mostly because you tend to kill them by caring too much. Oh no! Honestly, I'm the same. I have the opposite of a green thumb. I cannot keep plants alive. I've tried many times, and it feels so painful because my nan and granddad were always like really huge gardeners. Like their garden was always amazing. They once won an award for like our town in bloom. They got an award for their garden. They're so good at gardening. And even now my nan still looks after her garden really well. And then there's me, the grandchild, who managed to kill a succulent once. I cannot be trusted with plants. I can't do it. But I also... I don't think I'd want plants in my room now anyway as well, because I also have a cat. And she likes to nibble things. So I actually have an artificial flower in my room. It's a really nice little pot with like artificial lilies in it. And it's so pretty. And the lilies look real from a distance as well. Like you can't tell they're artificial until you get a bit closer. But they're great for me because Tiffany tried to chew them once. Oh, Tiffany's my cat for anyone who doesn't know. Tiffany tried to chew them once. She pulled the funniest face and she's not touched them since. So I know my lovely fake flowers are safe. But it makes my desk look pretty. I like them. Oh, the little fern you have has done well because you've been neglecting it. Yeah, I feel like there's so many plants where it's like you actually can't look after them too much because they will not survive. I wonder if it's like... Well, I know that overwatering is definitely a problem. Because if you overwater a plant, then the roots will just start rotting, I think. I think that's what it is. But yeah, I can't take care of plants. I always let the other people in my house look after the plants. Also, thank you for the lurk, War. Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you have a good day. But yeah, we have a little aloe vera plant in our kitchen, which has been very useful because like if we burn ourselves, we've got the aloe plant to help with the burns, which is really good. But I do not touch that plant because I know if I touched it, I would probably destroy it. It is out of the way of me. I do not look after the plants. Yeah, cacti, water once a week and leave it be. Oh. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm okay with my artificial flowers for now. I do really love plants. I love the way plants look. But especially with Tiffany and her lovely tendency to chew on anything that is around. Yeah, I tend to just avoid it. But I've got my nice little artificial pot, and it looks pretty, so I'm happy with it. Seems like I made a good choice coming here. Any place with a bit of nature in it is more comfortable to me than places without. Wow, I wonder why that would be for a fox.
I guess I should find a place to stay.
Looking down to the map I took, I traced the path I made from the port to this cafe. It's useful, but it doesn't really tell me anything helpful about the houses in particular. I'll need to find a higher vantage point. Good job there's lots of hills. I moved my finger along the hills I noticed from outside, following the little brown path to a patch of green with a little mountain icon. That should work for now.
Miho!
My ears perk up right as the barista arrives and places my drink in front of me.
Thanks!
You're welcome. I reach over and take the warm cup in my hand, but the barista doesn't let go.
You ready for the rain tomorrow? Huh?
Rain?
It's gonna rain tomorrow.
Uh-oh. I glance behind me out the window. It's as sunny and blue a day as I've ever seen.
How do you know that? There aren't any clouds out there. I'm just good with the weather. Anyway, if you forget, then you'll be sorry.
That sounds so ominous. The way she says that. Oh yeah, compilation of characters calling Miho's name. Who's gonna make it? I'll make it after this, maybe. She finally lets go of my drink and heads back behind the counter. People are weird. Does the barista pull that on everyone? You'll be sorry. If you know what I mean. Standing on the doorstep, I have my first sip. Oh, look at the outside too. It's so pretty.
Oh, this is really good.
Yum. It's pretty plain, but well made. The coffee isn't too bitter, which is perfect for me. With a moment to myself, my thoughts turn inwards as I sip the warm drink. My first travels were in search of someone, but despite my whole life being spent trying, I haven't made any progress in finding them. So I've taken to simply wandering, going wherever I wish at the time. I'd been itching for a change of scenery anyway, so I snuck onto the first airship that I could. The best part about owning nothing but the clothes on my back is that I can pick up and leave whenever I feel like it. I take a moment to get my bearings and look around. I see a tired-looking person shuffling along the far footpath with a briefcase in their hand. They stop outside one of the buildings, take a deep breath and pat their face a couple of times, and then go inside. They must not be looking forward to whatever's going to happen in there. Maybe they have to fight someone. Fight. Through the large glass windows of another store, a fawn is trying on a pair of shoes, but they don't seem to fit her hooves. The people waiting with her look annoyed. I wonder if she fusses around with her footwear a lot. That must be so annoying, having like different shaped feet to the general presumed foot shape. Must be so tricky to find shoes like that. For a while, I simply let the day roll by and watch the various figures who stroll by. People watching is fun, especially in such a busy city. Eventually, I go to sip my coffee only to find nothing coming out. With no more reason to stick around, it's time to go. On the sunlit street, I look about to match what I can see with the map's directions. There's a tall green mountain in the distance ahead of me, which must be the one on the map. It'll be the perfect vantage point for the city. Ideally, I'll find an empty building I can crash in, but it's not necessary. A roof over my head would be nice, but I'm plenty used to sleeping outside under the stars. Sometimes it's better than sleeping in a bed. Encouraged by the plan forming in my head, I set off on the long walk to the summit. Let's head up the mountain. Associate Lena with the honking goose meme. Yes. 6'3" and getting shoes is so hard. Oh, yeah, I feel like I struggle sometimes getting tights. Like, I like wearing tights a lot, but my main problem is that I have quite long legs. So if I want them to be long enough, I need to get like a bigger size, but then they end up being too loose around the stomach. So I can never really get tights that fit properly. Because then I'll get like a smaller size and like they'll fit me properly around the waist and they won't be quite long enough. So I end up just getting them like slightly too big. The path to the mountain turns out to be less simple than the map made it look. First, a trail takes me along the waterfront, and then it turns upwards through a small forested area. Being among the trees and their tall shadows makes me feel at home. When the path leaves the woods again, I'm a little disappointed. It leads up a paved road, so I stick to the edge to avoid passing cars. Sometimes I take shortcuts through yards or up unmarked paths. There are quite a few nice-looking homes right along the roadside. I make a mental note to go check them out when I'm low on money or food. Not much further along, a concrete lookout offers another glimpse of the city below. A couple airships are coming into dock at the skyport, probably from one of the other floating islands. There's still a ways to go to the top of the mountain, but luckily the walk has been easy so far. I wouldn't even consider it a hike. Eventually I reach the final stretch of road. I can see where it curves ahead to the summit, and I hurry to the end. Look at that, you can see the city. A metal railing spreads out like a crown on top of the mountain. As I go to toss my empty cup away, a pair of chatting tourists pass me by.
How far is it from here?
Oh, about an hour from the base of Mount Victoria, so a bit further from here.
Mount Victoria.
I'm glad to know what this place is called. I say the name out loud to help commit it to memory. Mount Victoria. Standing at the edge, I'm treated to a wonderful view of Wellington. Look at that. The city forms a crescent moon shape around the bay, which glitters like a sapphire from up here. The sun is starting to set, and that makes the water even more shimmery. Even more airships can be seen coming and going. I think that I can even see the edge of the floating island we're on, miles out in the open sky. I survey the city using the skyport as a reference point. From up here, what felt like such a long chase really doesn't look that far at all. If I strain my eyes, I think I can even see the coffee shop from earlier. Might need to start buying longer tights. Oh yes, getting curves. What was it the barista said it was called? The Bell House? It's kind of tough to make out details. My hearing and sense of smell may be great, but my eyes aren't that much better than a human's. Then I noticed something useful.
Look! Is that our house?
Probably. What can you see from here?
I can see my house from here.
I see Dad's car!
Not too far away, there's a little kid who's using a pair of metal tubes attached to a post. His mom is helping him aim it at the city. It must be something that improves your vision. The moment the kid and his mom leave, I hurry over before someone else can get to them first. When I press my eyes to the same spot that the child did though, all I can see is black. I try moving it around, but it doesn't change. Is this thing busted? Some text is printed on the side. I have no idea what it says. There's a small slot though with a picture of a coin next to it. I wonder if it's the coin with a boat. Yes! Lucky for me, it's the coin that has a 50 on it. I put the coin that I received from the barista into the slot and spin a lever. The machine eats my coin, and then when I put my eyes to it again... Yes! Wow! You can see everything. Everything looks much closer now. Even the trees on the other side of the hill appear in crystal clear detail, like I'm standing right next to them. I aim the viewing glasses at the city and look around, trying to find a good place to rest for the night. Houses are a no-go. Even if they look empty or abandoned, you can never let your guard down for a minute. Same with most shops. I don't have enough money for a hotel, and I won't risk sneaking into one of those either. As I'm studying the sights, trying to memorize as much as I can, there's a clicking sound, and once again the view goes black. Stupid machine. I smack it a couple times and check again, but I still can't see anything. That was like no time at all.
Well, whatever.
Just
Looks
eat
like
your money.
I'm sleeping outside tonight. Guess this place is as good as any.
Oh. I head back down the trail a bit and veer off of it into the underbrush. Alright, where are we going? Let's find a place to sleep.
Perfect. But it'll do.
It's not exactly the wilderness, but just about everything around here seems cityfied to some extent. Fluffle Pimp, hello! Welcome! Good morning! It's actually afternoon for me, but I'm still saying morning because I woke up late, because I didn't sleep well. But thank you so much, I'm so glad you like it. I really like reading. So it's been a while since I had the chance to do a lot of reading. Like, I played a visual novel last month, but before then it had been quite a while. I'm trying to remember what the last visual novel I played was. Genuinely cannot remember. It's been too long. It'll do, she says, standing in the middle of the road. Yeah, it's always morning somewhere. That's what I always think. Time zones mean that it's always morning, so you can always say good morning. Usually when I make a den, I prefer to find a place far from other people, a place where nobody will find me. I doubt I'll find anything perfect, but this is good enough.
It's fine. Can't afford to be picky.
Yeah, it's getting late already. Once the trail I was on is out of sight, I transform again. My neck gets warm as my bead activates, and a few seconds later, I'm on all fours. Fox time! Letter at even fall. Oh, this is so pretty! Yeah, the last one I played was Who is the Red Queen, which was so much fun. But yeah, I think before then it would have been Heart of Full Boyfriend, which was like last Christmas. That's been like a year. I gotta play more. I really love visual novels. I like the reading. And I like things with choices too. Like I'm a sucker for anything with branching paths. Like I used to read so many choose your own adventure books when I was younger. We used to have a section in our library that was full of choose your own adventure books, and I loved those so much. I'd like make myself little lists of like the choices on each page so I could go back and do other options. Basically like a manual saving in a game. As a fox, the sensations of nature are much stronger. The earth beneath my paws is cool and refreshing, and the breeze whips through my tails like a massage. I hurry down a hill covered in grass, so tall that it reaches way over my head. I could smell fresh water and follow the scent to a small stream where I'm able to parch my thirst. It's just as satisfying as the drink I got at that cafe, but in a different way. And being able to slurp up water is way more enjoyable than having to use a straw, or worse, one of those lids with the tiny holes. Miho, I've got a little tip for you. I've got a little tip. You may not know this. You can take those lids off. You're welcome. For a little while, I follow my nose to some berries and some edible plants that'll do for a snack. Unfortunately, unlike the water, foraging is never as satisfying as eating human food. If I want a real meal tonight, then I should pick up the pace before it gets too late. Still, I want to get this done now, while there's still daylight. I keep close to the stream and search for a place where the ground is soft. Before too long, I find a promising area, a small valley with hills on most sides and thick foliage on the others. I'm still close enough to civilization to hear cars and other city noise, but the area I'm in doesn't seem like it gets visited very often. At the very least, it doesn't really smell like people. The spot that I settle on is a nice mound of earth near the edge of the woods, partially hidden by a tall tree with low-hanging leaves. Even if no one comes by, it makes me feel better knowing that I'll be out of sight. And so I start to dig. My claws rip away the dirt as I burrow downwards, widening the tunnel just enough for my sleek frame to fit. First I dig forward and then downwards, widening out an area that's big enough for my whole body to fit. This is something I've been doing my whole life, even back when I was just a regular fox. I think that's why I don't mind it too much, compared to sleeping inside somewhere. It just feels right to me. Once a fox, always a fox. Looks like a really nice burrow as well. So many Indiana Jones Choose Your Own Adventure books, your library. I've never seen an Indiana Jones one, but that sounds really fun. I feel like a lot of the ones I used to read tended to be more horror-based ones. And there would always be bad ends, and I would always pick the bad ends first on purpose. But like hold my place in the book, I'd be like, I know that this is going to be the wrong option, but I'm going to read what it says anyway before I do the right option. But I had so much fun with them. I remember at one point, my library was doing they were doing a thing where like they sell out the old stock of books for really cheap. And there were so many of the Choose Your Own Adventure books there, and I just walked out of the library with a stack of these books that I'd bought for like 50p each. And I loved my little book collection. It was so fun. I love those books. But yeah, I think it's really nice. I think it's so good when it'd be like they were clearly like getting rid of the old books, but instead of throwing them out, they just sold them really cheap. I thought it was always really nice because it meant the books weren't going to waste. Because the idea of just throwing books away seems really sad, especially when there's someone who could still read them. Books are good. It takes a little while, and by the time I'm finally finished, the first few stars have started to peek out from the sky. I shake myself clean of the dirt that sticks to my coat and then transform back into my human form.
Spread this here, a couple of branches here, some leaves there.
Disguising it. I walk around the valley a bit, checking from different angles.
Not bad for just an afternoon's work.
Yeah, it looks nice. If you weren't looking for it, I don't think you'd ever notice anything out of place. Remember getting books off a ship with your siblings? Ooh! Oh wow, how many books did you get? We used to have book sales at my school as well. Every now and then there'd be this company that came round with like a bunch of books on shelves, and there'd be like a little book sale in the school, and you'd get discounts. Fluffle Pimp, thank you so much for the follow too. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you enjoy your time here. But yeah, I used to devour books when I was younger. I feel like the older I get, the less I read, but it's so hard because I get so busy now. I would love to just sit and read a book all day, but I have to do adult things. It's rubbish. Being a grown-up's awful. But at least I get to enjoy the reading through visual novels as well, because I can stream that too. It's nice. I get to kill two birds with one stone. When the art teacher says, okay, we're doing collage, and hands a pile of old books. Oh no! I would be so sad. At that point, I'd just be like, just print off pieces of paper that look like books. It'd be good. But yeah, it's the kind of thing where I'm realizing that a lot of it is because I have ADHD. And for the longest time, I was not diagnosed with ADHD. So I went from like being super obsessed with reading and doing nothing but reading when I was a teenager. Like I would just devour books. I would do nothing but read. So then having to actually do things, and now I can't get fixated on reading, so I don't do it. Although I've got to say, since being diagnosed with ADHD and getting medication that means I can focus, I've been doing a lot more. I've been doing a lot more reading than I used to. Which is really, really nice. There's nothing that beats just curling up with a good book, really. I love it. All that digging has made me work up an appetite, and not the kind that'll be satisfied with just a few berries.
Ugh, I'm so hungry. I haven't had a real meal since yesterday.
Oh, no. Hungry Miho. You need food. My stomach rumbles painfully. I've been so busy since arriving here in Wellington that I kind of forgot just how hungry I was. I'll grab some human food back in town. Casting one last glance at my afternoon's work, I set off towards the city.
Work never ends. Time to get some food!
Food time! Doing indulgent things is the best feeling with ADHD. It really is. It's so funny because for the longest time, I was like, I would struggle to focus on things and like get the motivation to do things. And I'd be like, am I just a lazy, selfish person? Because I could play a video game and then just zone out and play it for like 12 hours straight. But then it's like, no, you just have unmedicated ADHD. It's fine, don't worry about it. Motivation, never heard of her. I used to be like that, and then motivation has finally shown itself, happened. I don't know where I was going with that statement, that sentence. I don't know. It's okay. Welcome, Cobalt. Nice to see you. Right, let's go find some food. I'm a bit disappointed when I finally get back to the busy station from before. Oh, the busy street from before. I was hoping that it would be emptier now and that all of the stores would be closed. Turns out I was half right. A lot of shops have gone dark for the evening, but there are just as many people walking around now as there were earlier. In fact, there might even be more. The patio of a restaurant has a bunch of tables full. A mermaid is sitting in the fountain I sat by earlier, chatting with a cyclops. Even the cafe that I visited is crowded now, with a line almost out the door. After pacing up and down the road for a while, I sit down and try to figure out what to do next. I'm not too worried about what would happen if I got caught stealing. I'd just escape, obviously, and even if they somehow managed to catch me, it wouldn't be an issue for very long. See, there's something different about me that makes me extra good at being a thief. It's not just the skills I've practiced over the years, like picking locks and sneaking around. No, it's a bit more special than that. Without fail, every single person I meet forgets about me by the next day. That's so sad. I don't know why, but I don't really care either. It's magic, that's all I know about it. Really useful magic. Everywhere I go, no matter how careless I am, all of my problems are solved by the next day. That just sounds really lonely. Yeah, I used to think you had ADHD, so you took meds, then decided to stop taking them, and it kicked in again. That's probably a sign that you needed the meds. Honestly, the main thing that helped me realize it more than anything was the fact that caffeine and energy drinks don't wake me up in the same way that like normal people do. Like, I can drink an entire energy drink and then fall asleep. It doesn't affect keeping me awake at all. What it does is it helps me focus more. Like, it helps me keep my thoughts in order. Like, instead of every single thought screaming at the same time inside my head, it helps me just like focus on one thing. And so I was drinking so many energy drinks as a form of self-medication in a way. And apparently that's something that happens with a lot of people who have ADHD. Like, they'll have energy drinks to calm down. And so when I found that out, I was just like, oh wow, it all makes sense now. It's so wild. Energy drinks do that, but they also give you heart palpitations, so you should be careful. Honestly, I've never really noticed like an increased heart rate with energy drinks either though. Not unless I drink way too many of them. But it's one thing I've noticed. Since I got medication, I do not need to drink half as many energy drinks as I used to. I still have them quite a bit because I like the taste. I really love the taste of Monster Energy Ultra Zero, the white can one. It's really sweet and nice. I love it. And I also really like the Fiesta one. It's mango flavored. But yeah, it's something that has been proven, like the way the brain works. So it's always really interesting. Hehe, hashtag not sponsored, hashtag monster, please sponsor me. I drink so many of your drinks. They don't need to sponsor me because I just promote them anyway. But it would be so good. But yeah, I think the heart palpitations are the biggest problem. Like if you are sensitive to caffeine and your heart's just beating rapidly, it's probably not good to have a lot of caffeine. Oh, I would love to be sponsored by Monster. But I feel like I'd need to play Apex Legends to do that, because Monster and Apex Legends have like a partnership thingy going on, but I would be so bad at Apex. I don't want to play Apex. That doesn't mean there's no danger. I've been caught in the act before and beaten or harassed before I can manage to get away. I've even lost a few prizes that I stole fair and square because I had to get going in a hurry. But if someone sees me but isn't able to stop me, I know that I'll be home free. Sure, they might remember having something stolen, but they'll never know who did it. It almost makes things too easy. Right now, it would be smarter to just come back even later in the dead of night and hope that there are no people around. I'd be able to take my time browsing without having to worry about making a quick escape. Where's the fun in that, though? I walk casually up and down the street, glancing into windows without being too obvious about it. Some stores still have customers inside, others have locked their doors and shut off the lights. Also, where's the fun in that? And also, she hungry, so why wait until later when get food now? Try partnered with Advanced GG. That would not work for me because I don't drink that. It's like I don't just want to like get sponsored by an energy drink. The only one I drink is Monster. I'd feel like I was deceiving people if I got sponsored by a different energy drink that I don't actually drink. And I'm also like really sensitive, like with the powdered energy drinks. Even if they're like fully diluted, there's something about like powdered diluted things that I can't do it. Like if I'm having something that needs to be diluted, it needs to already be liquid. I can't deal with powders. I'm just a weirdo. But yeah, I just really like the taste of Monster. It tastes nice. Most of the restaurants are still open and are only making me hungrier. Stealing from restaurants is a bit much even for me though. I've tried it before, but the cluttered kitchens as well as all the tables and chairs make it hard to get around. Plus, I've learnt the hard way that there are plenty of hot or sharp things for angry cooks to throw at you as you try to make your way out. Instead, packaged and pre-made foods are my best friends. Things that I can grab multiples of at once and stuff into my pockets. Grab and dash. If I'm really lucky, I'll find a place with refrigerated sandwiches or salads. Or sometimes perfectly good hot food that gets thrown out. You wouldn't believe the kind of stuff that's available if you don't mind sifting through the trash a little bit. It's not ideal, of course, but a hot meal is a hot meal. I've known plenty of foxes who've eaten much worse.
Target spotted.
Ooh-hoo-hoo. Ooh-hoo-hoo. It's perfect. A small convenience store, snacks lined up behind the front window. Even better, the shops on either side of it are closed too, so there's not many other people in the area.
Locked, huh? Not surprising.
I head down a nearby alley and find the back door, which is probably where they bring in new products. The alleyway is dark to begin with, and my dark clothes help me hide even better. I glance around the alley, glad like always for my excellent night vision. Nobody's watching. Nobody's even around. I pull my hood up over my ears and tuck my tail between my legs, leaning against the sturdy door. To anyone not looking closely, I'm sure I appear as nothing more than a shadow. I am the night. I dig around in my pocket until I find my trusty lockpick, and then set to work on the door. It isn't a complicated lock at all, just a regular keyhole. With a click, the latch springs open just a few short moments later.
Bingo. Huh?
I try to tug the door towards me, but there's a chain on the inside that keeps it from opening very wide. They've got a latch, how could they? There's no way a human could fit through the gap. But it would be easy for a fox. First, I slink away for a bit, idling on the nearby street like a regular pedestrian. I wait to see if anyone shows up, just in case I triggered a silent security system. After about 10 minutes, I decide it's safe. I transform under cover of darkness in the alley and slip into the building before transforming back. The shop isn't very big, and the receiving area is just a small hallway with a few boxes of soda and candy bars on the floor. I grab a couple of my favorites and shove them into my pockets. When I creep into the main area, I make sure to stay low to the ground, trying to avoid being seen from outside. I'm not exactly hidden, but as long as I don't stand up, I shouldn't attract anyone's attention. I move fast, cramming as much into my coat as I can. Cookies, protein bars, popcorn. I'm not very picky. When my coat starts to feel pretty heavy, I grab a plastic bag from behind the counter and transfer some of my loot into there. I also take a few bottles of water and sports drinks from the coolers. All the snacks are based on real snacks you'd find in a New Zealand supermarket. That's so cool. Oh, I love it. Oh, some of them look really similar to ones here in the UK too. Like, this looks like Mars. That looks like Twix. Looks like Bounties. I wonder if they're the same. I'm so curious now. I'm not sure about the top ones. The ones in the green bag are called Minties. Ooh. Nice. Oh, that's so cool. I love all the attention to detail that goes into this. Like, I can recognize the packaging. It's so cool. Minties are like chewy minty candies and you will devour them. Oh, heck yes. Oh, it looks so good. But yeah, I'm like immediately looking at that. I see that and I'm just like, yeah, that's a Twix. That's gotta be a Twix. I love it. Just as I'm about to leave, I spot a few of those coveted plastic-wrapped sandwiches that I was thinking about earlier. Sandwiches!
Jackpot!
I fill my bag with sandwiches until it's almost overflowing, and then I head back out the way I came in. In total, I was in and out in under 5 minutes, and I've got enough supplies to last me several days. When I step into the alley, I glance around in both directions, making sure no one saw me emerge from the store. I don't see anyone, but my neck prickles as if someone is watching me. Uh-oh. I sniff the air, but don't notice anything out of the ordinary. Nothing that wasn't there before. Still. Oh! Oh! Suddenly there's a flap of wings and a bat flutters past me from out of the shadows. It goes right over my head and disappears from sight up the street.
Oh, that's it?
That's it? Just a bat? Just a regular, unassuming bat that's definitely not a cute girl. I mean, what? I let out the breath I'd been holding and start making my way back towards the mountain where I made my den. I let the bag swing from my arm as I walk, whistling the song I heard earlier. I'm not able to keep a smile off my face.
All in all, not a bad first day.
Me too! I also cannot keep a smile off my face.
I've
I
got
love
a nice
this.
nest, food to spare, and plenty of places to explore tomorrow.
Mia with a plan! There have been plenty of days in my life where I had none of those things. I unwrap one of the sandwiches that I grabbed and take a big bite.
Nothing beats the taste of hard work.
Pet Gumiho. I love her. I love her so much. Wait, hold on. I wanna try something quickly. I wanna try something. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Pet Gumiho! I moved it! Thank you for the head pat! I moved it! It worked! I'm so glad! Also, Nightmarish Raccoon, hello! Yes, I am playing the cutest visual novel at the moment. This game is so cute. I love it so much, but welcome, welcome! Alright, hold on, now I need to move it back now. Oh, I think actually... I think I may have fixed it. Okay, it's back on my head now. There we go. I just wanted to pet the Miho. I'm so glad I got to pet her. Thank you so much for the head pat redeem. I'm so glad I moved it in time. But yes, welcome. I hope Wellington continues to treat me well while I'm here.
So tired.
Sleepy.
I'm gonna
Sleepy
sleep
fox.
so well tonight.
I unpack everything that I got from the store, as well as the treasures that I always carry with me. My lockpick, my wallet, a few pretty stones. The only thing that I leave in my jacket is a small scroll.
Can't get that damaged or dirty.
Oh, important scroll. Browsing recommended and saw my model. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad you decided to stop in. If you're in the mood for a comfy, cute story, then you're in the right place. If you want to just hang out somewhere chill, you're also in the right place. But yes, I hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you for stopping by. Look at this cute fox girl. Wait, she's there. Look at this cute fox. I change back into a fox and then dig another hole near the entrance to my den. This one is much simpler and shallower, and I bury some of the snacks that I stole before covering them back up with dirt.
Not like anyone's gonna come by and swipe my things, but better safe than sorry.
Yeah, gotta keep them protected.
I stole this myself, after all.
Hehehe.
Don't want it being stolen from me.
Aw, Miho. Stuff like my pen and my favorite rock go into the burrow with me, since I like having them close by. Once I've got everything where it belongs, I climb into the hole myself, turning a few circles before settling down with my tail wrapped around me. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow as well. Happy to have you here. Can't stay long, but you can stay an hour or two. That is more than enough. You can stay as long as you like, as long or as little as you like. But yes, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time here. From here, I have a perfect view of the stars. I look up at the clear night sky through the mouth of the tunnel. I feel bad for all the people way down on the underworld.
Can they even see the stars from there?
I've never been to the underworld, so I have no idea. I can't imagine falling asleep without them. They're so pretty. Comfortable and safe, I close my eyes and quickly slip off to dreamland. Milo! Hello, thank you so much for the resub for 20 months. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the head pat. Please be happy. I'm already very happy. Uh-oh. I wake up to trouble, or at least a threat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm sure it's only morning as I peer out the burrow's entrance, but the sky is already dark and foreboding. My attention moves from the ominous rain clouds above to the trees outside my den, their branches shaking in the strong breeze. She was right. The barista was right. Shout out for you, absolutely. You made all the emotes. You're special. But yes, thank you so much for the lurk. Yes, you should absolutely play this when you get the chance. I'm loving it so much so far. I've had a smile on my face the whole time. Please be happy is so accurate. I'm so happy. I would stay longer today but work. Oh, that's absolutely understandable.
I can't believe that girl from the cafe was right.
She knew. I climb up the tunnel and out into the open, sniffing the air. It just tells me what I already know. A storm is coming, and fast. But also, another scent plays on my nose, one so faint that I almost brush it off before taking another smell. Surely I'm wrong, there's no way that... Lowering my snout to the ground, I investigate the area, and then decide that I'm right. I change into my human form and look around. She wasn't just being threatening for no reason. She was ominously saying what was actually gonna happen.
Someone's been here.
Uh-oh. Yes, someone's definitely been here, but this scent isn't a human's. It's vaguely familiar, but at the same time not like anything I recognize.
And it definitely wasn't here when I went to sleep.
Uh-oh. They must have come here in the night and stopped right outside my den.
Were they watching me sleep?
That's kind of creepy.
Oh, crap!
As a fox, I dive back into my hole to make sure everything is still there. My heart pounds in my chest, but nothing appears to be missing. Among Us, kinda sus. I also checked the spot where I buried my stash from last night, but that hasn't been disturbed either. So it's not a thief. I breathe a sigh of relief. If any of my stuff had been stolen, I'd be so mad. But that still doesn't answer the question of what they did want, and that's even more concerning. I'm a pretty light sleeper, and usually the slightest sound or motion will wake me up. So if someone was able to sneak up on me, even I have to be impressed. Impressed and a little bit worried. I've got a more pressing issue right now, though, and I stare up at the sky in disappointment.
Ugh, I hate the rain.
I would have found a different place to make my nest and hide my supplies if I'd known this would happen. You did know this would happen. You were told. You were told you would be sorry, but honestly, I wouldn't have believed that either, so it's probably kind of understandable. Also, clothes and plushies? Oh, nice. Instead, both burrows will probably just be piles of mud by the end of today.
I should have found a place with a roof after all.
Yeah, roofs are pretty useful. If only she knew. If only she knew. Also, Kanan, hello, welcome. Welcome to Comfy Storytime. I fill my pockets with my most important possessions and some of the food I grabbed last night. Everything else I wrap as tightly in the plastic bags as I can and bury them in my den. Hopefully I can find somewhere fast and then move everything over before it gets ruined. An abandoned house would be perfect, or some other place where I'd be able to hide. Huggable, marketable plushie Miho when I would buy it. I would buy that. I feel like that would be so cute. I can imagine it. After finishing packing up, I'm just about to get going when a loud flapping sound overhead catches my attention. I expect it to be a bird, but instead it's yet another bat. How mysterious. This one is even bigger than the one I saw last night. Its wings are way longer and noisier. I can even hear it squeaking something as it flies past. Wow, so many bats. Why could there be bats here? I'm sure it's nothing. It's so cute. This is so cute. I love bats. I think bats are so cute. Some people say bats and foxes are similar. I don't see it. I do. Big pointy ears, cute face. Very huggable. I can see it. I watch it fly around for a little while before it takes off towards the city.
Maybe it knows somewhere to stay. Guess I'll follow it for now.
Yes, follow the bat. A couple times it disappears between the trees or just too far ahead, but I always manage to catch back up. Eventually we're out of the woods and back into civilization, where a car whizzes right past me. There's a sidewalk here and other people walking around. Most of them look up to the sky nervously though, and everyone seems to be in a hurry.
Guess I'm not the only one looking to get away from the rain.
It's all rainy. Miho, head empty, I'll just follow the bat. Honestly, it's what I do too. I'd just be like, I don't know where to go now, but this bat seems to be going somewhere. I'm gonna follow it. It's cute. So thank you for the hydrate, Gambler. I will have sips of my drinks. Gotta stay hydrated. Ugh. But yeah, I feel like Please Be Happy plushies would be so cute. Could we make that happen? Could we start like a petition to have plushies? Depending how well the game goes. Everyone buy the game so that they can fund potential plushies in the future. Disclaimer, there's no guarantee there will be plushies in the future, but it would be cute. Please buy the game anyway. The music played in Miho's head would be the me theme. You just see her there, it's like bum 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 bum. Wait, no, I've got it. Miho's brain theme. I feel like I feel like the wrong notes just kind of add to it. The free automaton serenade of a mess. You're welcome. I've gotten better at it. I thought that was terrible. But thank you. I can do better than that. I promise I can. When I actually try. I need to practice more though. Yeah, to be fair, a bat should also seek shelter from bad weather. That's very true. That is very, very true. Right, where were we? More people seem to be going in the direction I was headed than anywhere else, so I stick to that. By now, my winged guide is almost out of sight again. Just a little black speck in the sky, flying into the distance. Farther up this road, there's a slope that leads to a big, fancy-looking building. It doesn't look like a shop or a restaurant, at least not one that I've ever seen, but there are so many people going in and out that it has to be open to the public. That's good enough for me. It'll give me somewhere dry to spend some time, and maybe I can learn something useful. Plus, places like this usually have plenty of valuables inside. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find something to fund my next few days. After all, the bigger the target, the less likely they are to notice something's missing. That's very true. It's very true, Miho. Miho Matone. I would buy that. I'm just imagining like the Hatsune Miku automaton, like with the face, but then it's Miho instead with her ears. That would be it would be so silly. The sturdy oak door isn't as heavy as it looks, a firm push being enough to heave it open. Gingerly stepping inside and out of the rain, I'm greeted by books. Lots of books. Books on shelves, books on tables, books on the floor, books everywhere. The place even smells of musty old paper, and the dozen or so people inside are mostly leafing through pages in the aisles. The odd silence about the building is striking, given how many are around. It doesn't look like a shop, so I assume this must be a library? I've heard of them, but I've never been in one. No point, since I can't read and all. No, there's picture books! There's picture books, Miho! You can still go to a library. But it's warm and cozy and very dry, so it'll do just fine. There's a desk near the entrance with a computer on it that I assume would be where I check in. It's unattended, which is good for me. Ugh, myth on the prowl. I take a seat in an empty chair nearby and sit back just to observe for a bit. Kinda want to draw that? Oh, that would be so good. Oh, Nightmarish Raccoon, Miho is special because she used to just be a fox. She was just a fox. Now she is she can transform with her pearl necklace. Planning to draw Fox Miho sleeping would be so cute though. God, this music is amazing. I love it. I love it so much. I've got to buy the soundtrack when I get the chance. I've got to buy the art book too. I still haven't done that. Soon. Take a seat in an empty chair nearby and sit back just to observe for a bit. People watching. There are plenty of people, but it's not too busy. Lots of empty, unwatched spaces. Most folks seem to be here alone or in small groups that keep to themselves. There's not much conversation going on, and what there is all whispered. Nobody gives me a second glance, which is a good sign. It means I'm probably not breaking any rules just by being here. Behind the desk, there's a hallway leading deeper into the building, and I peek around the corner to see what's back there. Since you're fresh from Persona 5, yeah. Stealing valuables to stealing hearts. I love it. Oh, I love Persona. All I can see are some shut doors, and at the very back, a staircase. Who dat? Who was that? After glancing around to make sure no one's watching, I sneak down the hall and try a couple of the doors. All of them are locked. I could probably pick them if I wanted to. No sense trying to do that now, though. Is there anything more valuable around? An antique clock or vase would be perfect. Sadly, it's almost all books. Books and small trinkets that look pretty worthless, not even worth the trouble of stealing. At least it's got a roof. I do spot a couple promising items, like a set of old coins, and memorize their locations. I wander back to the main area where I came in. Outside, it hasn't started raining yet, but it's only a matter of time. The wind is loud and gusty, and even opening the door is enough to make me shiver. If nothing else, I can probably wait out the rain here, but oh, my poor abandoned snacks back at the den. What a waste. Can't do anything about it now, though. I should keep looking around. I move slowly through the area, never going beyond what seems to be the public area. I pretend to inspect a few books, taking them off the shelves and flipping through the pages, but I'm actually mapping out the place in my head. Doors, windows, and potential places to hide, things like that. Most of the time, this kind of info isn't necessary. It's been at least a few decades since I've had to make a dramatic escape from anywhere. At this point, plotting an escape route is just a habit. Overall, I like what I'm seeing. Even with the locked doors and off-limits hallways, there are a lot of nooks and crannies that would make good hiding spots, especially as a fox. From the thick dust that coats a lot of these areas, I can tell they don't get a whole lot of visitors. If I'm careful, I might be able to go a whole week or more without being noticed. As long as I can get in and out of the building easily, that is. And with the huge windows that line the back wall, that seems easy enough too. I weave around a couple shelves that are taller than I am, heading for the far back corner. I peer around the corner of the last aisle just to make sure I'm alone. But I'm not. The girl reading this. Hello? Hello? At a small table by the window sits a woman with a small book in her hands, resting against her fingers. She's perfectly still, but mouths the words on the page as she reads, like she's tasting them instead of just seeing them. Her expression has the distinct look of someone way off in their own world, far away from this one. She looks so at peace that I think she must belong in that other world. She's so pretty, she's so pretty. She's beautiful and elegant in the same way as a painting, with the light from the window shining on her like a display. I duck back behind the bookshelf, pressing one hand to my racing heart. My other bumps against one of the books on the shelf, and it falls with a dusty thump. Miho's gay panic. I love it. Cursing my clumsiness, I silently back away, in case she decides to investigate. But she doesn't leave her chair.
I suppose it's nothing.
She turns and gazes out the open window. At what? I don't know. A moment later, she returns to her book and leaves this world again. I stay hidden, my face still burning a little bit. Yes, I think this will be the perfect place to spend some time. It's Miho's turn to be a little bit creepy. Just a little stalker behind the bookshelf, like, I'm gonna stare at the pretty girl for a bit. Honestly understandable. Suddenly there's a much louder boom than the one I caused, as thunder rumbles outside. A few people around the library startle at the sound and look around. Sighing, the girl in the chair pulls the window beside her closed, the first drops of rain falling not a minute later. I'll investigate the windows later. Right now, I don't want to bother her. So I head back to one of the plush chairs on the other side of the library and take a seat. Akira, thank you for the haiku redeem! We got a haiku. Pretty girl with book. Oh, she is so beautiful. I shall watch her now. There is my haiku. Or how about... What is she reading? Which world could she be in now? I want to join her. There's another one. Haikus for Aspen. I mean beautiful girl that I don't know the name of yet, definitely. Thank you for the hydrate too! I will have a sip of my drinks. Have a sip. Sippy sippy's like, suddenly I feel very thirsty for some reason. Anyway. I'll investigate the windows later. Right now I don't want to bother her. So I head back to one of the plush chairs on the other side of the library and take a seat. I could be here a while depending on how long the rain lasts, so I may as well get comfy. I find a few books that have more pictures than words and curl up in one of the soft chairs to flip through them. There aren't as many of those ones, and I go through the stack pretty fast. It takes long enough for the rain to start, though. The longer I read, the louder the pounding of the rain and the howling of the wind become. Guess it's not letting up anytime soon. I can't complain, though. Rain poem? I can't complain, though. This library is pretty cozy by my usual standards. It's warm and safe and nobody tells me to go away. I even have snacks. I want to do another haiku. I can't complain, though. Books, soft chairs, and pretty girls. We can wait in here. There we go, there's another haiku. There's my rain poem. More than once, I get up and walk around the library again, even though I've got most of it memorized by now. I take note of things like a child's stuffed toy that's lying on the floor in one section, or the thin blanket that's stuffed between a bookshelf and the wall. On my third or fourth trip around, I finally find something I'd been looking for. Oh, this music is so gorgeous. This is so pretty. Oh, wow. In one of the far corners, totally opposite from where I saw the reading girl earlier, there's a single chair and small table. On the wall nearby is a portrait. The painting itself is of a girl with light brown hair, but I barely pay any attention to that. What I'm interested in is the frame. It's lovely. It looks like it might be made out of gold. It certainly shines like it. It's carved intricately into the shape of waves flowing up and down. It's gotta be worth something. I pretend to not pay much attention to it as I make my way back to my table. There are too many other people around for me to be able to try and sneak it out. It's too big to fit under my jacket without being obvious. That just means I'll have to come back some other time. Maybe once this place is closed. The hours pass by and the storm continues. I'm kind of disappointed about losing a whole day, especially so soon after arriving. But it's not like I'm in any sort of hurry. I pat one of my pockets, feeling the familiar and reassuring weight of the paper scroll that's tucked away there. That scroll is the only thing close to a purpose that I have, and it's not particularly urgent. Or at least, I don't have any way to deal with it faster. I spend a long time reading. It's almost afternoon when I go and check the windows again, but the rough weather outside continues. At this rate, I'll be sleeping in a puddle of mud tonight. Unless... A quick check shows that a lot of the other library patrons have left. It's not empty, but it's not nearly as full as earlier. Guess some of them decided it was worth braving the rain. Looking as nonchalant as I can, I get up from my seat and pretend to browse again, slowly moving through the shelves. The reading girl is gone now, although she's not what I was looking for. Instead, I pick up the dropped toy and blanket that I spotted earlier, and then head to one of the out-of-the-way hiding spots I picked out before. It's on the floor between a shelf and the wall, but has a bit of carpet to help make it softer. Even better, it's between two corner shelves, meaning that it's practically out of sight if you're not looking for it. I wriggle my way between the furniture and lie down, using the toy as a pillow and draping the blanket over me. I toss and turn a few times before finally settling down. No. Even though I haven't done much today, I'm always down to take a nap. I can pass a few hours by sleeping, wake up once it's dark, and then grab that picture frame and be on my way. I'll have to rebuild my den once I get back, but that's a problem for future me. That's something I do way too much as well, and then future me curses past Lirie for leaving me in such a situation. It's fine, I'm sure it'll be fine. I yawn, staring up at the ceiling until my eyes get heavy.
Maybe today won't be a total waste after all.
It's so rainy. The soft sound of cloth rustling wakes me from a dreamless sleep. How did someone sneak up on me twice now? I don't know how long it's been. The sky outside has darkened significantly, and now stars twinkle outside the window. There's no time to react as the sound comes closer. I hear no footsteps, but suddenly a woman steps into view. Gonna go get ready for bed. Oh, thank you so much for stopping interest. I will have a lovely time playing this. I'm already having an amazing, amazing time, but I hope you sleep well. Thank you so much. Her clothes are pure white, making her stand out like a ghost in the dark library. Her cape rustles again as she reaches towards one of the shelves. One of the shelves I'm hiding behind, to be precise. Gingerly, she moves 2 books to the side and then slides another book into the space she created. She handles them like precious treasures that might break if she's too rough. I stay perfectly still, afraid to even breathe in case she notices me. Hello. My heart beats wildly as she slowly and deliberately looks over the shelf, examining their titles before taking a book from the second lowest row. Through the gap she creates in the shelves, our eyes meet in the darkness. Oh no. I tense up as she steps around the shelving between us to get a better look at me, preparing myself to leap away if the need arises. The carefully memorized layout of the library flashes through my mind as I frantically plot the best way to flee. Even as I prepare my escape, I can see her taking in everything about me, the stolen blanket, the makeshift pillow, my generally disheveled appearance. She opens her mouth and I brace myself for the verbal attack that's sure to come.
Hello there.
Oh boy. Ooh.
May I ask why you're sleeping on the floor?
Oh, I love her voice. I love her voice so much. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter what I say, just distract her enough to get away.
I don't have anywhere else to sleep.
I thought so.
She leans down and offers me a hand. I look at it warily. It's a bit soon for hand-holding. Hello? I don't take it, but I slowly stand, letting the blanket fall to my feet and trying to subtly get in position to run.
Well, I have an extra room on the second floor that you're welcome to borrow, if you'd prefer that.
Yes?
Otherwise, you're more than welcome to remain here, on the ground. I apologize for waking you.
With a smile, the oddly calm woman steps away and busies herself organizing another row of books. She probably expects me to let my guard down and take her offer. Oh, this is so pretty. I'm just a stranger, someone who broke into her library. There's no reason for her to treat me kindly. My years of experience, and there are plenty of those, tell me it's a trap.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'll just be going, actually. Sorry to bother you like this.
Cool. I hurry past her, shoulders tense as I expect her to grab me or try to stop me. She doesn't, though. The one time I glance back, she's watching me with a strange expression that I don't recognize. so good. When I get outside and away from the library, I breathe a sigh of relief.
Whew, that was close.
Ooh.
I'm not falling for that one again.
The last time I let someone feel sorry for me and accepted a place to stay, I woke up to them trying to empty my wallet. I may be a thief, but at least I do it honestly. I wouldn't try to trick someone like that. Oh, I love her. I love her morals. She's like, look, I don't trick people to steal from them. I just steal stuff that is just lying there. It's like, my stealing is righteous. It's fine. Gonna head out and get ready to celebrate. Oh, yes. I hope you have a lovely celebration. And thank you so much for stopping in. This game is so good. I'm so glad you're able to join me for some of it. But yes, I hope you have a lovely rest of the day. God, I feel so bad for Miho. Like, the amount of stuff she's been through probably makes sense to be a bit cynical, a bit untrusting. Oh, that wasn't the first time someone tried to fool me and take advantage of me either.
Still, it's a shame to lose such a nice hiding place. Maybe I'll give it a couple days for that woman to forget about me, and then try again.
Perfect plan.
If she wasn't lying about there being an empty room on the second floor, then maybe I could sneak into there.
Tonight, though, I'm on my own. Shivering, I wrap my coat and tail tightly around myself as I think about what to do next. The rain has stopped, although it's still cold and cloudy. My stomach grumbles since I hadn't eaten anything other than snacks all day.
Ugh.
Hungry. I may as well get it over with and go check on the status of my den.
Well, it could be worse.
It's still kind of functional. It's not as bad as I expected, which is a pleasant surprise.
What's a little mine? It'll be just fine.
Time to be dirty, Miho. I swapped to my fox form to prod around. The entrance is caved in a little, but after I scoop that out, I find that the rest of the tunnels and main room are relatively intact. Cold as hell, but intact. Seems the trees protected the den from a lot of the rain. It takes me a while to find the spot where I buried my stash, since the stick I used to mark the spot got washed away. Eventually I locate it though and start digging. The cold mud makes my paws dirty and sore, and little flecks cover my fur. After I finally reach the soggy plastic bags, I shake myself clean before opening them as a human. Some water has seeped through, and I open the spoiled items before tossing them away. I'm not too picky, but I have plenty of other snacks to choose from.
Eat up, birdies!
No, feeding the birds. A few of them swoop down to inspect the offering. I scarf down a quick meal of cookies and unwarmed soup, along with some cold water from the stream. At least the water is satisfying. Then, even though I just woke up from a nap not too long ago, I shift back into my fox form to crawl into my den and curl up. I'm sure it'll be a while before I fall asleep, but I don't feel like going back into town. I've had enough excitement for one day. This isn't all that bad. Regular foxes without magic powers have it way worse than I do. Although, back when a fox was all I was, I wouldn't have really cared. To this day, I'm not sure what it is that makes me different. I used to be just like them, no desire to go beyond the forest or anything. And then one day, I became whatever I am now. All I had was my necklace, a small scroll that I can't read, and the memory of the person who had given it to me. They were so kind to me, that stranger in the forest. They wished me well, even though I was just an ordinary fox. Somehow, that didn't seem to matter to them. I never even knew their name, just their face and their voice. But I know that I'll recognize them when I see them again. It's just a matter of finding them. So since then, I've been looking and surviving. Looking for them is what keeps me going. It's enough to live for. If I wasn't, I don't know what else I'd be doing. I guess I'd just be surviving, but if that was the only thing, I think I'd rather have just stayed a fox. Oh, Miho. No. Standing outside my den in human form, I take stock of how things stand. The sun's thankfully out this morning, but everything remains damp, from the ground to the muggy air itself. The chill on the breeze is the worst, making me shiver every time it hits me. The Bell House was pleasant when I visited a couple of days ago, so I decide to head down towards the main street and get a coffee there while working out my next moves. Coming to the door of the cafe, I pause and wipe my feet on the mat outside. The human fascination with surrounding themselves in concrete makes a little more sense as I work the mud off my feet. With that, I finally head inside, only to stop in my tracks as the door shuts behind me. She... Standing behind the counter is the same girl who I saw reading in the library yesterday, talking with a customer as she takes their order. That gentle aura about her is unmistakable. The person in front of me finishes their order and I step up to the counter.
Good morning. Welcome to the Bell House. What can I make for you today?
Ooh.
Oh, hi. I'll have...
A vanilla latte? No, that's boring.
What do you recommend? I want to try something new.
Yeah, the uniform is so cute. I love it. I love these aprons so much. Also, I love that she's like a vanilla latte. That's boring. She totally took that to heart, didn't she? She doesn't want to seem boring to a pretty girl from library. Gotta have something interesting.
I'm glad you asked.
Ooh.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our Fairy Kiss chillers.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds nice.
It's one of our signature drinks, with a vanilla gelato base and a mint chocolate chip swirl.
Oh, that sounds really nice. I was planning to get something warm, but that does sound pretty good.
Okay. Give me one of those then.
Perfect. And could I get your name, please?
It's Miho.
She scribbles something onto a cup and finishes it with a big flourish. Swan Girl was right on one thing, yes. Yes, thank you for saying the vanilla latte was boring. We wouldn't want to disappoint Pretty Girl.
I'll have that right out for you.
Oh.
Thanks.
I pay and then go take the same seat as before, next to one of the windows. It's pretty empty in here again, so I can sit wherever I want. Before the barista starts making my drink, I spot her writing something else down in a little notebook. She glances my way once or twice while she does, but I pretend not to notice. I wonder what it is. The barista yesterday didn't write anything down. Anyway, I've got more important things on my mind. I mull over the plan which formed as I walked here, becoming increasingly happy with it. Tonight, I've already decided I'm going to sneak back into that library. Between the picture frame and some of the other trinkets I saw, I should be able to pilfer enough to fund my next few days in Wellington. Finding somewhere to sell it should be the easy part. I've got a dozen excuses that I can recite about where the items came from. Dead grandma, spring cleaning, new renovations. Sometimes I try extra hard and pretend that the things I'm selling are really special to me and earn a bit more cash that way. Sometimes I just take whatever they give me. After years of watching other humans do it and trying it out myself, I've gotten pretty good at pawning items off. I find myself idly watching the barista make my drink. While I do, I practice a disarming smile. All of her movements are quick and practiced, but she has that same faraway look in her eyes that I noticed yesterday. She looks She looks up and our eyes meet. I don't look away and she turns pink before ducking away behind a machine, out of sight. We made eye contact.
Huh. Weird girl.
I love that that's coming from you, Miho. I turn my head around to look around the cafe, and a butterfly outside catches my attention, so I watch that instead. It flutters back and forth, landing on a flower and resting its wings.
Miho!
Oh, my coffee's ready! I quickly get up and skip over to the counter. Cup in hand, she starts to head over to give it to me. But then, several things happen at once. One of the little tassels on the pocket of her apron catches on one of the drawers behind the counter, and she jerks to a stop, eyes wide with surprise. And my drink tumbles out of her hand, landing on the counter with a wet gloop sound as the ice cream splats against it, sending mint green rivers of coffee everywhere. Uh-oh. A few seconds pass where we just look at each other, neither of us quite sure what to do. And then she takes a deep breath.
I am so sorry. I'll make you a replacement right away. Just give me 1 second and I'll have that ready for you.
Her words spill out faster than the beverage, making it hard to even understand what she's saying. Her face is bright red as she spins back around and grabs another empty cup. Then she stops, hands hovering awkwardly.
Wait, I should clean this up before it dries and starts to go bad.
Oh, I love her. Oh no, I love her. She hurries back to the mess, wiping at it with some napkins. She mops up as much of it as she can with one hand, then leaves the soggy paper on the counter while she starts to remake my drink. That's gonna be horrible to pick up.
I'm really sorry. This is such an embarrassment.
Ugh. I don't even know if she's talking to me or to herself. I freeze up for a second, looking for an appropriate response to an apology. I'm not used to people apologizing to me.
Oh, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry.
Instead, I just sit back down at one of the tables and watch. She makes the drink twice as fast and then carries it very slowly to the counter, setting it down in a clean spot. This time she takes a deep breath before speaking, like she's afraid she's going to mess that up too.
All right, here's your drink.
Oh,
Again.
no, it's okay.
I'm very sorry.
It's okay, that sounds like the kind of thing I would do.
This is your first time here, isn't it? I hope it doesn't leave a bad impression.
Second, actually.
Oh,
Yesterday was the first time. How'd you know?
I make an effort to remember as many of our customers as I can, as well as their favorite orders.
remembering.
I believe you can learn a lot about a person from how they drink their coffee.
What would it say about me if it's like, how do you have your coffee? And I just say, Monster Energy. What does that say about me? Although I guess like if I go for like my regular like coffee shop drink of just something super chocolatey, I feel like that does sum me up very well. I have quite a sweet tooth. I like sweet things. Yeah, it says a lot on its own. It's true. It's true, but if I'm like, I just like really sweet chocolatey drinks, it'd be like, oh yeah. I feel like it's probably what people would guess I would drink anyway. Like, I'm the kind of person where I'm pretty sure if you looked at me, you wouldn't go like, oh yeah, that's someone who just has a shot of espresso. It's like, do you have Monster Energy? No, I'll take a mocha. Well, that's too bad for her because she won't remember me at all next time. I take a big sip of the drink she made for me. It's creamy and rich and sweet all at the same time.
Whoa, this is really good.
It sounds really good.
It's kind of like a milkshake, but not. But it's not like coffee either.
Yes, exactly. I'm very glad that you like it. It's one of my favorite beverages that we serve.
Ah, we know her favorite now.
In
Haha.
fact, the recipe was my idea.
Ah!
Whoa, they should put you in charge of all the recipes.
She smiles again. Seems like she's gotten over the crisis of the spilled drink already.
Thank you. I'll make you another one of my favorites next time, if you'd like.
Totally.
Yes! At least I'll know what to order next time, even though I'll have been forgotten. I'm already thinking of this place as my go-to coffee shop, especially since it's in a convenient area. With tasty drinks and cute baristas, I don't have a reason to go anywhere else. It's true. It's very true. A knocking sound from the employee area gets both our attention.
Hey, Aspen, can you set another batch of croissants?
Oh, sure. I'll be right there.
She calls back over her shoulder and then looks back at me briefly.
Have a nice day, Miho.
No! That's so cute.
You too.
This is so cute. It's so cute. With a wave, she gathers the trash from the cleanup and throws that away before disappearing into the back. So her name is Aspen. That's a pretty name. I'll have to try and remember that. Oh, thank you for the hydrate too. I will have a sip of my drinks. Miho gets a drink, I get a drink too. Oh, lots of reading. It's so worth it. Oh, thank you for the head pat as well, Akire. Yeah, I love the throwing. The fact that it just throws a can of Monster at me anytime someone redeems hydrate. I love it. Getting up from my seat, I decide to head back outside for some fresh air. Sipping my fairy-kissed chiller as I go, I head out the door and onto the increasingly busy main street. I already know my plans for tonight, but I've still got some time to kill before then. What should I do? Choices! Choices! Oh boy! Gonna go lie down. Oh, yes, please do. I know it's super late for you. Please lie down. I hope you can rest well. You must be so tired. The time after release. But you are so welcome. Thank you. Thank you guys for making this. I'm so excited to be playing it. Got lots of sleep yesterday. Oh, I'm so glad. Ho ho ho. Oh, I love the little ribbon for the menu. It's so cute. Alright, where should I go? What should I do? Let's check out the den quickly. Without much else to do to pass the time, I head back to my den. It's not the best place to hang around, honestly, but it's comfortable enough. Looking around the small area, I shift back into my usual form. If I have to kill some time, I might as well have fun while I'm at it. A couple hours later, I've happily had my fill of chasing butterflies and snacking on mushrooms. Okay, time to get back to it. Right, it's like looking at this, these ones have a little clock on them, so I think those are the ones that advance the time. So I want to check out the den and Cuba Street first. There's my plan. They say the perp always returns to the scene of the crime, so I head back to the main streets. By the looks of it, the store I swiped from is the same as always. The person sweeping the front of the store doesn't even seem a little bit stressed. I never steal enough for it to be noticeable, but it's always a point of pride when the place looks the same as always the next day. She's an ethical shoplifter, it's fine. A smug smile creeps on my face as I pass by, snacking on the chocolate bar I took from their shelves. Ah, Miho, right, let's save. Let's save. I need to make a decision now. Do I want to go to Mount Victoria, or do I want to go to the bay? Oh, I've already been to Mount Victoria, so I kind of want to check out the bay. Let's see what's going on here then. Sunlit Story! It's not far from where I am to the beach, so I decide to head down there. Passing through the city streets, I recognize some of this area from my first day here, when I was running from the Skyport guard.
Whew. Glad that guard chased me in this direction, or I'd have never found the Bell House.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well. And really, that's been the highlight of Wellington so far. When I get down to the beach, I take a moment to enjoy the salty sea air. From this level, it's impossible to tell where the ocean ends and where the open sky begins. I can see the Skyport from where I am, with a few older ships anchored in the harbour close by. While I'm admiring the view, a worried-looking lady comes up and waves for my attention.
Hi, I'm looking for my son. He's about this tall and wearing a red sweater. His name's Tommy. Have you seen him?
Oh.
Nope. I haven't seen anyone like that.
I just got here.
Uh-oh.
Okay, thanks.
She walks away in a hurry, looking right and left as she goes to ask someone else.
Humans sure do have it rough.
Uh-oh. Since they can't smell or even hear most things, it's a wonder they don't get lost more often. I amble along the waterfront, watching all the people as I go. Like Cuba Street, there's a lot going on. Under a nearby bridge, a group of 3 mermaids are racing each other. Close to the bridge are a bunch of people fishing, with a stressed-looking guy running back and forth between them. Next to a boarded-up market stall and some big crates, I noticed something weird. There's a fabled with a big flower on their head that spins like a propeller. Hello? Hello, you are so pretty! They're using it to drift in a small circle above something near the crates. I have to check it out, of course. Nobody else pays any attention. I wander over and take a look. The fabled stops spinning as I approach and gives me a helpless look, but doesn't say anything. On the other side of the crates, out of sight from the path, there's a little boy sitting on the ground with his back to one of the wooden boxes.
Are you Tommy?
The kid jumps, totally surprised. Oops. He scrambles up and looks at me with wide eyes. Hello, I want to headpat you as well.
How'd you know? Your mom's looking for you. She seemed pretty worried.
His expression goes from surprise to sullen real quick.
I don't care. I don't want to go with
Oh no.
Why not? Why are you over here instead?
'Cause I'm hiding.
Oh, I see. Makes sense.
Oh. Okay.
It's a pretty crummy hiding spot. I mean, it's totally open on 3 sides. I don't say that, though. Instead, I look up at the fabled floating overhead. It looks almost as glum as Tommy.
Who's that?
That's Jerby!
Hello,
You
Jerby.
can see him?
Oh, Jerby's so pretty.
I can. Is that weird?
Mom and Dad can't see him. They think I'm just making him up. He doesn't talk, but he's real.
No, he is real. I can see him right there. I think I need to turn the sound effects down a little bit. Just a little bit. I'll put it down to, like, here. Because the sound of the water is very loud then. Jerby waves from up high.
He kinda gave away your hiding spot. I saw him from the road.
Mom can't see him, and that's all that matters.
Why are you hiding from her?
Because she made me do my homework.
'Cause...
Tommy sits back down and scratches at the dirt with a rock. Guess he doesn't want to talk about it. I'm always glad to end a conversation.
Well, good luck.
I start to walk away. He doesn't seem like he's in any danger, and I don't want to get blamed for him hiding in the first place.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, hello? I turn around. He's already standing up again.
Are you gonna go tell her where I am?
Before I can answer, his eyes get huge again.
Tommy, there you are.
Oh, I don't have to. It's fine. Oh boy. I have to turn around again. This time it's the woman from before. She's already flying past me over to Tommy.
Are you okay? What were you doing? Don't you ever run off like that again. Oh, I'm just glad you're safe, though.
No. Her voice goes up and down between relieved and angry. She has Tommy in a tight hug, but he's just staring forward grumpily. Jerby is flying in distressed circles again. Finally, the lady turns to me.
You found him, right? Thank you so much. I was so worried.
Did I?
No problem.
Yeah. I didn't really do anything. I did find him, but so did she. Guess she's not thinking about it much.
Come on, Tommy, let's go home. We'll talk about this there.
No, I'm not going. That's not home.
Oh? My ears flinch as he yells. He stamps his foot on the ground to make his point.
Tommy, sweetie.
Home is where it's you, me, and Dad. not that apartment!
No, Tommy.
It's still your home too. But this, it's like your second home now.
No, it isn't! Not without you, it's not!
Oh.
Do you and Dad really have to
Get a job? No, broken homes. Oh. Tommy, who was already sniffling, can't keep from breaking down and crying as he throws his arms around his mum and hugs her back. Oh, Tommy.
I don't want you to go!
No. I get the impression that I should probably leave. Normally I'm happy to be nosy and listen in on things, but right now seems kind of awkward. Neither of the humans notice me leave, but Jerby the Fabled sadly waves goodbye as I head off. I wonder what makes him stick around. I've never seen a Fabled like him before. Not being able to be seen by certain people sure sounds useful though. Jerby. I'm guessing it's Jerby the Gerberer, as in like the flower type. Know this pain too well. Oh no! Oh, that's such a shame. See, my parents are split up, but honestly, I never had a situation like this because it kind of just happened gradually over time, and then when we were told they were breaking up, me and my brother were just kind of like, yeah, we figured. It's fine. I don't have to go far before the sounds of Tommy and his mum talking are drowned out by the noise of the waterfront. I easily fit into the crowd of people milling about. Being able to live a life that no one notices is close enough to being invisible. I'm pretty lucky that I don't ever have to have those tearful conversations or panic about someone missing. No, being part of the crowd is just perfect for me. I stand at the concrete and admire the ocean until I've had my fill, and then I start wandering again. It sounds so lonely. Oh, we can do both of them! Oh, fabulous. I'm gonna save again then. There we go. Right, we're going up to Mount Victoria. Free spirit. I have plenty of time to kill and also plenty of restless energy. I decide to go for a walk up Mount Victoria just to give myself something to do. I take the long way up this time instead of taking a bunch of shortcuts like usual. It winds through neighborhoods and then back out again, with only the occasional car passing by on the street. Compared to some of the other cities I've been in lately, the air here is a lot cleaner, and the smell of nature shines through. This music is beautiful. That little refrain on the strings then, I love this music so much. Yeah, as a kid it was hard to understand everything, but as an adult you see them happy with their new partners, and honestly that makes it at least a bit better. Yeah, I'm the same. I think I'm of the opinion that there's a lot of people who are like, oh, we'll stay together for the kids. But I think, like, as someone who kind of like grew up in that kind of situation, kids are more perceptive than you think they are. If you're not getting along as a couple and you're just staying together to not have a broken family, I don't think it works. I really don't think it works. Like, it's always noticeable, but it's always a hard situation for anyone to go through. It's like, ideally in an ideal world people would get along forever, but it doesn't always work that way. Like, people can change, situations can change. It's sadly not that easy. If only it was. Oh, let me close that again as well. It can't compare to being out in the wild for real, of course, but it's nice to not be choking on exhaust fumes everywhere I go. The houses are weird though. Many of them sit up on tall legs like giant bugs with windows for eyes. More people seem to be coming down the mountain than going up it. Honestly understandable. I think I would rather go down a mountain than up it. Lots of them zip past on bikes or skateboards, while others are jogging or just walking.
This path is longer than I thought.
Big walk. Exercise time. About halfway up or so, there's a wooden bench just off the sidewalk. It's occupied by a man with dark hair and big sunglasses. As I'm about to pass by, he waves.
Well, hello, miss. Nice evening for a walk, eh?
Huh? Is he talking to me? He must be, because there's no one else nearby. Chatting's usually not my thing, but for the moment, I appreciate the distraction.
It sure is. I'm glad the rain's gone.
Yeah, the storm's over.
For now, yeah. It's never gone for long, though, is it?
That's so. I'm new here. I didn't even think it would rain since it was so sunny the day before.
Ho ho ho! You've gotta watch out for that around here. Mother Nature's real fickle these days.
He talks just like your dad. Oh, I love that. Aww.
1 minute you're on the pier, enjoying the sunshine. Next minute,
I already
whoosh!
love him too. He makes a whoosh sound with his breath and a wavy motion with his hand.
Storm clouds, as far as the eye can see. That's just Welly for you, though. You live with the sunshine and the clouds.
Oh, I love it.
Where are you from, then? Guessing you're not a Kiwi?
Nah, I'm a fox, not a bird.
Oh, I love Miho. The man laughs, a deep belly laugh. Like usual, I'm not sure what I said that was funny.
Not like that.
Oh.
Although those little guys are cute. Kiwi is a word for us New Zealanders in general.
Oh, I love his laugh. I love this.
So it's a bird, a fruit, and people.
What a confusing word. It's so many
You
things.
got it. All three are delightful.
It's true.
Anyway, welcome to Wellington. I hope you're enjoying your time here in our little city.
And I really love kiwi fruits. I love the flavor of kiwi, but I don't eat them too much because it's too much of a pain usually getting to the fruit inside, and I don't like the texture of the outside of them, so I'm usually just lazy. I like fruits like apples where it's super easy. I can just give it a wash and then I can just bite straight into the outside. I mean, possibly, can you do that with kiwis? I can imagine you probably would, but I can't imagine the texture of the outside would be very nice. But yeah, I'm very much like a convenience fruit kind of person. I like things that I can just pick up and eat. Or like things like bananas. I do like bananas because they're very easy to peel. Oranges are hit or miss for me. It depends on how easy to peel they are. Like if it's the kind of orange where you start peeling it and it just leaves little white bits everywhere and you've got to do it in like 20 bits, I usually give up. But when it's like the nice easy peel ones, I don't know, I like a lot of fruit.
So far I am. I made my den here on the mountain. I've gotten coffee a few times, and I went to the library.
No. I conveniently leave out my plans for the next time I'm in the library. Cut them in half and spoon it out like a yogurt. Wait, why haven't I done that before? Why haven't I done that before? That's so easy. Just slice it in half. Wait. You're so smart, thank you. Gonna have to get some kiwis in now. Love mangoes, but allergic. Oh no, I love mangoes too. I feel like mango is one of my absolute favorite fruits. Like, if I could have any fruit, I'd probably pick mango. I love mangoes. I love honeydew melons. I really love melons. Melon tastes so good. What else? I really love strawberries and raspberries as well. Just berries in general. I'm a big berry fan. Yeah, I love the taste of pears, but I can't eat pears themselves because of the texture. I can't deal with because pears kind of have that grainy texture to them when you eat them. So I really like things that are like pear flavored, or things like containing pear where the texture gets lost, but pears themselves I can't eat. Oh, I really like peaches as well. Peaches and peach flavored things. I love peach. So good. I love fruits.
can't say that's the usual tourist experience, but I'm happy to hear that it's working out for you. Staying long?
Oh, I love just like thinking she's a tourist and then she's like, I went to the library, I made a den, I got a couple coffees, it's great. It's probably not what he was expecting. Yeah, oh, strawberries are just so good. I feel like strawberries go with so many things. It's so easy to find something to go with strawberries. It's so nice. It's also really nice if you like chop strawberries up and put them on cereal as well. Like cornflakes with strawberries. Very, very nice.
Probably. I decided to come live here, but I'm still getting to know the place. So, maybe I'll change my mind.
I don't think she will somehow.
A true free spirit, eh?
Yeah.
I felt the same way when I first got here, long time ago. Didn't think I'd settle down for life, but here I am now.
Aww.
Lived more years here than everywhere else in my life.
Man, I love the idea of just wandering until you find somewhere that really clicks with you and then just settling down there. Like, that's such a nice thought. It's the kind of thing I would love to do one day, but I've never been much of a traveler. I've lived in the same country my whole life, and I've only ever been abroad once. Technically twice, but the first time I ever went abroad I was like 2 years old, so I don't remember it. So I don't feel like that counts. Yeah, okay, but why strawberry, not strawberry flavored? No, I like both. I like strawberry and strawberry flavored things. I think it's really nice. I really like raspberry a lot though. Yeah, raspberry is my mum's favorite fruit, so whenever we get raspberries in, we have to fight over them. Like, who's gonna eat them first?
It can't be that long. You don't look very old for a human.
For a human?
No? Well, that's my ego boost for the day. You don't look very old for a fox either, but I imagine you've got a good head start on me.
That's true.
Aww.
I don't really keep track or think about it, though.
Oh, he's great. He laughs again.
Can't say I blame you there. I think 100 years, give or take a little on either side, is enough for me. And I'm only halfway there, so I've got plenty more to look forward to.
He stands up, but has to do it slowly. So he's 50.
And sometimes I'm reminded of how many I've got under my belt already.
No. Oh, he's great. Saw your mom growing cashew trees? Oh, that's so cool. With coffee, you could be a tourist anywhere if you usually never drink coffee. That's true. I don't know. I don't think it's like anti-tourist to be like, yeah, I've had a couple coffees already. But he probably expected something more along the lines of like, oh, I went down to the bay and I visited Mount Victoria. And instead she's just like, I built a den on the mountainside. I love it.
Thank you for the chat, miss. I better get back to the water now and make sure young Min hasn't fallen into the ocean or anything. It's been a real pleasure talking with you, though. I hope you'll give our fair town a shot.
Oh, absolutely.
Thanks. It was nice talking to you, too.
And I mean that for once. He waves goodbye as he heads down some stone steps, and I keep heading upwards. I've never really thought about my age compared to a human's. Humans don't matter to my lifestyle. I wasn't lying when I said I don't know how old I am. It's never been important. Places, relationships, memories, they just tie people down. I want to be everywhere. When I reach the top of the mountain, I take a deep breath of the crisp air. Wind blows my hair in every direction, and I can't keep it out of my face. The wind is wild and goes where it wants. It doesn't answer to anyone. That's how I've lived my life too. A free spirit. That's what the man called me, and I like the sound of it. I can see the smudges of a few people down by the beach and on the pier. Is one of them the man I just met? There's no way to know. From up here, they're just tiny little blips, impossible to tell apart from each other. Once I've had my fill of the view, it's time to get on the way again. I turn my back on the people and start making my way down once more. I guess we're going to the library. Let me just save. Off to the library we go. Also, Pompadour Diamond, hello! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. When the moon is high in the sky, I decide it's time. This is the perfect... I love Myth on the Prowl. It's such a good track name. This is the perfect kind of night for me. There's not much wind, meaning I'll be able to hear or smell anyone approaching. It's a little cloudy too, which gives me some cover from the moonlight. I make my way back up to the library, stopping as soon as I'm within sight of it. I find a shadowy place to hide and watch the front for a few minutes. Like I hoped, nobody goes in or out. All of the windows are dark too. I slowly creep up towards the entrance, ready to transform and flee if I have to. Nothing happens. No one tries to stop me. I peek into one of the windows. It's dark inside and I can't see anyone at all. Perfect. I move around to the backside of the building and check those windows too. Same thing, it's dark and empty.
This is gonna be too easy.
Miho's on it. Back at the front door, I pick the lock and slip inside. I sneak from room to room, revisiting the items I memorized yesterday. They're not expensive or fancy enough to think of them as treasures. I end up leaving a lot of them alone since I don't want to carry too much with me. The rest go in my coat pockets. Finally, I end up back at the painting in the corner, the piece that started this whole plan. I have to set a couple of things down on the floor because the painting needs both hands for me to lift it. It's heavier than it looks, though it's not very big. That's probably a good sign for how much it'll be worth. Wiggle. I have to jiggle it a couple times to get it off the hook, but I manage. Tucking the painting under one arm, I pick up the other goods from the floor. This should be enough for one night. Best to get in and out quick. I start to head back for the front door where I came in. Uh-oh. Before I get there, light floods the room. My heart starts to race as I immediately prepare to run. Uh-oh. Oh no, Shiangi. A quick glance over my shoulder shows the woman from last night standing at the top of the stairs. Her eyes are glowing blue with anger. She takes a step forward, not seeming to touch the stairs.
Leave that painting alone!
I gotta get out of here now! Throwing caution to the wind, I clutch my spoils tight and charge for the door, trying to make myself as small a target as possible. The painting is too big for me to transform and still hold onto it, so I've got to do this on 2 legs.
Stop! Please!
I don't stop. Just like my arrival here with the guards at the skyport, the thrill of being chased has already taken over. It's exciting and scary at the same time, but either way, it spurs me to move faster. God, that look was terrifying. I feel like if I saw that, I would just drop everything I was holding. If I was glared at like that, I would just be like, I'm so sorry, please don't kill me. Using my shoulder, I crash out the front door and into the night. I run as quickly as I can, keeping an eye out for patches of slick mud or puddles of water. The path I take goes far past Mount Victoria and my den, ending up in a small residential area. I stash the painting under a parked car and then take my fox form and crawl under a house, upsetting a mean grey cat who was already hiding here. It makes a low growling sound and I glare at it, desperately willing it to be silent before it gives away my position. I growl back as best I can, and that seems to scare it into shutting up. I'm not sure if I was being followed or not, but I don't want to take any chances. After 10 minutes or so, I climb out, pick up my loot, and sneak back towards my den. Yeah, that painting has gotta have personal value. That beg at the end, that please, the pleading cry as she ran off was heartbreaking. It feels so bad. Now that the excitement has worn off, I just can't keep a smile off my face. There's nothing more satisfying than pulling off a heist, even one as easy as this. Other thieves I've heard about must have had it rough, having to stake out a place for a long time, trying really hard to not get caught, making sure not to be seen. I've never done much planning, I just do whatever feels right. Instinctive thief. My ability to transform makes it pretty hard to catch me, although I have had to leave behind the stuff I was taking once or twice. And honestly, it would get boring if I never got caught and had to run. My good mood lasts me all the way home, and then disappears completely when I see who's waiting for me. Oh boy! The woman in white. Yeah, fox burglar. And she's pretty good at it too. Hello. Hello. She stands just outside my den, looking like she doesn't care at all about the cold or the mud. In fact, her perfect clothes don't seem to get dirty at all. With her back turned to me, she's staring up at the moon, but she faces me as I approach. She has that same calm presence as when I first saw her, but I can see a mournful look in her eyes, which have gone back to brown instead of furious blue. My heart quickens almost suffocatingly as she watches me intently. I know how quickly calm can turn into anger. I should run, but I can't look away.
How did you find me here? Before I even got back?
Oh boy.
A friend of mine told me you might be found here.
Oh? Her voice is soft and warm, unlike the way she shouted back at the library.
A friend.
It's like, I surreptitiously hid a tracking device in you when you were asleep in the library. I know your every movement now. But who? I wasn't followed, I'm sure of that much. With the shock of being found wearing off, the realization I'll need to find a new place to stay sets in. After all that work, too.
I apologize for showing up uninvited. I'm here to ask that you please return that painting to me. You may keep the frame, if you'd like. But the painting itself is very dear to me.
Very, oh, yeah, I look down at the portrait. I've been carrying it for a while now, but I haven't given the picture itself much thought. It's a beautiful painting and clearly very old. The girl shown in it is wearing a long flowing dress, looking down with a small smile.
And also...
She breathes out slowly and my eyes narrow. It's the sound people make when they're acting calm, but they're angry.
Should you want it, I have an extra room available in my library, with a soft bed and a warm meal. You may stay as long as you wish.
God, imagine being like that to someone who just broke in and stole a bunch of sentimental stuff to you. Wow.
Huh?
After I just tried to rob her, she's offering me a place to stay? Okay, now I know this must be a trap. There's no way. Although... it's the same thing she asked me last night before I broke in. I'm sure she doesn't remember that.
Why?
I think that's a very good question.
Because I have more beds than I could possibly fill and more food than I could eat.
Hmm?
If there is someone who wants or needs them, is it not appropriate to share these with them?
I mean, it is. But why?
Is it?
I'm not sure what answers she wants to hear. She looks at me again, the same expression as it was at the library. Well, her offer does sound kind of tempting.
I guess it's not like my place is as nice as yours.
Just a little bit. Like, comparing a burrow in the ground to a warm room in a library, I think I know which one I would choose. Not anymore, at least. Not after it rained and made half of it mud. I look down at the painting again. If I sold it, it was just going to be so I could buy the same thing she's offering me. I still don't trust her. I've watched people enough to know better than that. There must be something she wants. But I don't think she wants to hurt me. She knows I don't have anything worth stealing. If she did try to pull something, I could just run away. It's only one night. I can come back and try again, or find someplace else to take from. I look down to the burrow past where she's standing. It looks less a den and more a pile of mud. The thought of sleeping there again practically makes the decision for me. Yeah, if only the majority of rich people was like that, honestly. Honestly, it's kind of sad that hearing an offer like that, like even for me as well, if I heard something like that, I would immediately be suspicious. I'd be like, why are you offering me this? Like the thought of it just being out of the kindness of someone's heart would not be there. I would be way too cynical for that. It's kind of sad when you think about it. It's a shame people can't be more trusting, but alas, there are people in the world who mean that you can't be that trusting. It is a shame. You now work as a maid for me. Here you go. Here's the dress. You have to wear this now.
Fine, I'll take it.
She breathes out slowly again and smiles. Maybe that sound doesn't mean she's angry? Yeah, I feel like it's probably more of an exasperated breath. Man, although I'm trying to imagine Miho as a maid now, I don't know how good a job she would do. It would be interesting for sure. She'd be cute. She'd be very cute in a maid dress. But as for the actual, like, maid parts, I don't know, she sleeps in mud dens. I don't know.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it.
It'd probably be fine.
I should introduce myself properly. My name is Juliet. May I ask what yours is?
Hello, Juliet.
Miho.
I'm Miho. I've had to introduce myself twice in a day now. That has to be a new record.
Well, Miho, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let's return to the library. I can carry the painting if you'd like, or you may hold on to it until we get there.
I shrug.
Here, feel free.
Well, I guess you can have your belongings back. Oh, I love this art. Look at this. Oh, she looks so pouty. I love it. It covers walls in dirt. I'm making it homey. She probably would. She'd be like, the floorboards are a bit too harsh, so I covered them in mud. Or I put some dirt there, so now it's not as hard. You're welcome. Also, it felt a bit stuffy, so I opened every single window. It may have been raining, so the rain got in the building, but I'm sure it's fine. She receives it very gently, and I quickly fall in beside her as we begin to walk back. To my relief, she doesn't try to make any conversation. Instead, she silently cradles the painting as we go. I love this. When we get back to the library, the lights are off and the door is still unlocked. After setting the painting down on the desk, Juliet gestures towards the stairs. I can read.
It's on the second floor.
I promise I can read. I follow her lead again until she stops at one of the closed doors. She unlocks it and lets me in. It's the same person. Whoa! The room is simple and cozy with a couple dresses, a table, and a bed. Over the bed there's a boxy window with a wide sill, big enough to sit on. That looks really comfy. That looks really comfy to sit in. Also, Cap Kitty, hello, welcome! Welcome to Comfy Story Time. Yeah, as long as she doesn't have to sort books, it can't be too bad. That would be so funny. Be like, okay, you're my maid now. Can you put these books in alphabetical order? And she's just like, what's an alphabet? I know, I'll put them in color order. On the table, there's a cheese sandwich and a few apple slices, plus some sort of cake. There's also a pitcher of water.
I hope the food is to your liking. 2 rooms down the hall from here, you'll find a refrigerator, and you may help yourself to anything in there.
Okay.
My study is just past that. If you need anything, don't hesitate to come find me.
Okay.
Is there anything more I can bring for you?
Everything. I shake my head, still in disbelief. What am I even supposed to say in a situation like this? I just stole from her, and now I have both a bed and food in return. As if to answer my confusion, she gives a calm smile. It doesn't help.
Then I'll leave you to it. We can speak again in the morning. Good night, Miho.
Good night, Juliet. The door shuts behind her, and I expect to hear Juliet lock it, but when I try the knob after giving her a few moments, the door opens quietly into the dark hall. Juliet's nowhere to be seen. I pull the door back shut behind me and inspect the room, looking for any hidden threats. I also check the food, sniffing it to make sure there's no poison or anything. If there is, I can't smell it, so I dig in instead. Wouldn't that be such a weird plot, to go through all of this just to poison the food? Like, that seems like a really convoluted way of poisoning somebody. Oh, wow, an all-you-can-eat buffet. Yeah, I wonder how much food is actually in the fridge. It'd be so funny if there was actually only, like, 2 slices of ham or something in there. Nothing else.
Whoa.
There's plenty of food here.
This is really good.
Ooh. There's 3 different kinds of cheese in the sandwich, which is 2 more kinds than I knew existed. The bread is soft and buttery, and when I take a bite of the apple, juice rolls down my chin. The water that I wash it down with tastes better than the water from the stream by my den. I would hope so. I would hope it would taste better than stream water. When I'm done eating, I climb into bed, still feeling overwhelmed. More specifically, not knowing how to feel. Part of me fears that I've made some gigantic mistake and that I'll wake up in danger. If I ever wake up at all. Trusting my instincts has kept me alive on multiple occasions, and for hundreds of years. Enough that I've lost count of exactly how many. But something tells me I don't have anything to fear from the woman who I can only assume is my host and the owner of this place. So with that in mind, I pull the blankets up to my chin and adjust the luxurious pillows beneath my head. Who knows? Maybe the morning will bring trouble with it. But right now, just sleeping sounds alright. I wake up to the sound of birds chirping loudly outside. Blinking wearily, I prop myself up and look toward the warm sunlight beaming through the window. The sheets under my hand feel soft and dry. My hand goes to my neck, taking in the smooth familiarity of my necklace.
It's still here.
If someone was going to rob me, that's the only thing I have that would seem valuable. I sit up and look around. It doesn't look like anyone came in while I was asleep. Maybe I really am safe here. I wonder if Juliet's friend was the scent I noticed outside my den on the first morning. I don't know how else she could have found me, or how they did it without waking me up. If it happened before, it could happen again, as much as I hate to admit it. So I check around the room very thoroughly, but still don't notice anything different from when I went to bed.
Maybe it's not a trick.
Maybe a quiet moment. All my past experiences have told me there has to be a catch. Nothing is free, nothing. But no matter how hard I try, I can't figure out what it could be. Could Juliet really have been telling the truth? It just seems so unlikely. It'd be nice if it was true. But if it wasn't, if I let myself believe only to be wrong in the end, then that would hurt even more, wouldn't it? No, better to not even take the risk. After all, I've lived a lot of years this way, and it's not like I hate it. Yeah, that's the cat. She turns into a maid. Making my mind up helps me feel better right away too. It just makes more sense. Even if I tried to stay, I don't think I'd ever stop worrying. This way, I'll know for sure that I'm in charge of my own destiny. Now that I know this room isn't occupied, I might be able to sneak back in sometimes when I need a place to stay. It wouldn't be too hard to climb one of the trees and then get to the window from there. I take one last look around. For just a night, it was a nice what if. Then I head downstairs and out the door without speaking a word to anyone. It's another nice day, the same as when I first arrived in Wellington. Warm sun and blue skies, with just a hint of clouds. For a while, I meander around town, eating the last of my pastries from the convenience store hall for breakfast. Today feels like another restart. I have no den, no supplies, no anything. It's less exciting now than it was when I first arrived. I don't have a destination in mind, but eventually end up at the waterfront. There's an airship over the bay descending closer towards the skyport. A couple kids down on the beach wave up at it, seeming excited. The people arriving on that ship all have somewhere that they're planning to go when they get off, huh? They've all got people waiting to see them. What have I got? Some trash and an old scroll? So far, Wellington's given me nothing but questions. That never bothered me before in any of the other cities I've been to, so why now? Guess that's another question for the pile. I push myself off the railing and head back into town. I go through the notions of scouting for somewhere to rebuild my den, but my heart really isn't in it. After wandering for a while, I end up at the Bell House yet again. It's just the place I go when I have nowhere else to go. There are more customers than usual, so there are 2 people working behind the counter. It only takes a brief glance to notice that one of them is Aspen. Aspen. Pretty lady. I wonder if she'll think I'd like a fairy kiss chiller again. Or maybe I'll make a different sort of first impression today. The line moves pretty quickly. It helps that Aspen doesn't spill anything this time. When it's my turn to order, I step up to the counter with a fake smile.
Oh, hello! What can I make for you today?
I would like a drink, please.
I'll have a fairy kiss chiller, please.
Certainly. Good choice.
I reach for my wallet to pay, but she stops me.
Oh, don't worry about that. It's on the house today.
Great!
Huh?
What does that mean?
It's on the house. That means I'm going to put it on the roof and you've got to climb up there to get it.
It means that you don't have to pay for it. As an apology for yesterday.
She remember? She remembers? Yesterday? Why does that sound so strange? I nearly miss her talking, my mind having tripped over the word. She reaches for a cup, the pen already in her hand.
And that's for Miho, right?
Oh.
For Miho?
This changes everything. She can't steal now. They'll remember. My name? She remembers my name? My heart begins to race wildly, my body reacting just as strongly as my mind. Thank you for the hydrate nugget. I will have a sip of my drinks. She remembers? Hold on, I need a drink for this. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the head pat too, Akire. I am petted. Oh boy. Aspen frowns, clearly noticing that something's off. My head's in too much of a daze to deal with it though.
It is Miho, right?
She checks the notebook on the counter, brow furrowing deeply, as her finger slowly moves down the page and taps on one of the lines. What do I say? How do I explain? That for the first time in my life, for the first time in hundreds of years, someone's remembered my name? It's not supposed to be like this. I'm supposed to be forgotten. Every time, without fail. It's my armor. It's my life. I take a step backwards. I have to run, have to get out of here. I have to get away. But where to? I've just been running. And I don't have anywhere else to run to. But I don't have any other choice. Without a plan or destination, I turn on my heel and bolt outside, not daring to look back. Everything is wrong. I have to go.
Miho!
She calls my name again as I disappear into the street. It's not the first time I've heard that as I fled. But never like this. Never with such a confused, worried tone. Feeling sick to my stomach, I push myself to run even faster. 300-year-old existential crisis moment. This shouldn't happen. What has happened? Oh, maybe I should just leave this whole city, get on the next airship out of here and act like it never happened. I could go somewhere else, back to China or America or anywhere, and start over again. Within days, it'll be like I never even came back to... Oh, it'll be like I never even came to Wellington. My life would go back to normal, and eventually, I'm sure Aspen and Juliet would forget me just like they're supposed to. Nothing would be different. Except, that's not quite true. I wouldn't forget what happened here, even if everyone else did. No matter what, I'm sure I won't ever be able to get these past few days out of my mind. When I get to Mount Victoria, I finally stop running. Not because this place is special or because I wanted to come here, but because I don't know where else I'd go. I make my way up to the top of the mountain, just like I did on my first day. The view which I admired so much last time doesn't do much for me now. Instead, the city looks cluttered and confused from up here. My chest hurts from running so long. I'm much more used to quick bursts of sprinting to get away from something or someone. I guess that's still what I'm trying to do right now. But I'm not too sure what it is that I'm running from. Whenever something goes wrong, my first instinct is to flee. Aspen remembering me definitely counts as something wrong, but when I stop to think about why... Some of the reasons are obvious, mostly, what if it's not just Aspen? What if everybody can remember me now? Or even worse, what if people who forgot about me a long time ago start to remember me? Both could get me in a lot of trouble. My days as a thief would probably be over. There are some places where I could never show my face again. The smart thing to do is to leave. I can even see a couple airships at the skyport right now. I have everything with me, I could just go. There's nothing keeping me here. And yet, I don't move. I still don't even know what it is I'd be running away from. From Aspen? From Wellington? When I think about it, I have to admit that running wouldn't get me anywhere. This worry, these questions would follow me wherever I go, no matter how far and no matter how long. So then, what do I do? The only answer I can think of is the scariest one, the one that goes against everything I've ever learned. Closing my eyes, I picture the library and Juliet's offer. I picture Aspen, whom I barely know, but who's already changed my life. Maybe I should stay and try to find out more. Maybe, just maybe, being remembered might not be all bad. I clench my fists so tightly my knuckles turn white. The urge to turn tail and head for the skyport is so strong. It's almost like a magnet pulling me there. I resist it though. Slowly, I walk back down the mountain, making my way to the library. I'm not sure what to say when I get there. Explain everything to Juliet and hope she'll let me stay in that room again? I don't even need the room. I could rebuild my den and hide out there. Maybe in a new spot, one that Juliet doesn't know about. Not having to worry about the weather or other animals would be nice, though. There's no telling if Juliet will remember me too. If not, it might be easier to pretend this is my first time visiting and just ask if there's anywhere I could stay. Even though I'm not moving very fast, I still don't feel ready for this conversation by the time I reach the library's entrance. It's only been an hour or so since I left the Bell House, so it's not late enough for the library to be closed. The usual stream of people flows in and out the doors.
Okay, I can do this.
You got this, Miho. I stand off to the side of the entrance, preparing myself as people pass to and fro. My heart is racing the same way it does during a tense break-in, maybe even harder. My tail twitches back and forth. Usually I don't notice, but right now I'm super aware of everything about myself. Fighting off my instincts, I open the door and let myself inside. I'd been expecting to have to look for Juliet, but instead she's right by the entrance. What surprises me most, however, is the woman leaning against the large desk beside her, Aspen, who's now engaged in conversation with a look of deep concern on her face. Hello, dog! Oh, thank you for throwing points into the abyss. The abyss is sated. Goodbye, points. Ah, you tripped. It's okay. It's okay. I'm sure the points will be very safe in the void. Thank you for wasting your points, and hello! Welcome to story time. I'm playing a really, really cute visual novel at the moment. It only came out on Monday, and it is... I have just been smiling the whole time. Even through the sad moments, this game is a joy to play. This is so good. Thank you, I hope you're doing well too. And Hammy Bread, hello, welcome! Came into stream hearing tail twitching. Yes, Miho is a fox. She has a tail. But welcome, welcome! I hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you for stopping in for... Please Be Happy story times.
The bedroom. I wish she would have spoken to me first, at least.
I barely catch the end of Juliet's sentence. She notices me only moments after I spot her, and for a second her mouth forms a perfect O of surprise. She definitely remembers too, huh? Yeah, she doesn't only have one tail, she has 9. Although I think she only has one when she's in her human form. I think. Oh, I'm second guessing myself now. We'll have to wait until she comes back on the screen.
Juliet? What are you...
Aspen turns around to follow Juliet's gaze, her eyes opening wide at the sight of me.
Miho!
Oh boy. My brain goes blank, rehearsed lines flying out of my head.
Hey there.
They remember. They remember. Oh, nothing sus here. This is a comfy stream. There is no sus behavior allowed. If you start being naughty, I will tell you off. So, this is a comfy place. Comfy vibes. And happy memories and pretty music. God, I love this game. Very good rehearsed line. Yeah, she had all this stuff planned out in her head and hey there. Nailed it. Proud of you. I slink over to where they're standing, hands in my pockets, unsure what I should say first.
It's nice to see you again, Miho. I was hoping that you'd return.
Oh, her smile. Her smile.
Me too. That was pretty sudden. I worked extra hard on that drink for you, you know.
Oh. I freeze up, looking for the words. Aspen's expression softens in concern.
Miho?
All right, the drink. I'm sorry.
Well, I ended up drinking it myself, so I suppose I can't complain too much.
Yummy. She laughs, and I can't stop myself from blurting out my next words.
You seem different.
I'm sorry?
Different?
Like, less polite.
Don't just say that, Miho.
Well, I'm not at work anymore, am I?
True. Yeah. I'm the same. I'm... Like, a lot of the time, like, if I have to have an important conversation, I will plan the conversation out in my head. I will have so many different options in my head of, like, what I can say with different responses. I get so nervous if I don't have, like, a plan of action. Also, Flying Blue Ice, nice to see you! I'm glad you're able to catch it, too. Welcome to Comfy Story Time. Yeah, Miho looks... I love her outfit so much. I love all of the character designs in this, honestly. They're so good. Look at them. They're so good. I love that it's just like, well, I gotta be polite at work, but I'm off the clock now. What am I even saying? What was I planning on saying again?
Will you be staying for a while, Miho?
Yes? Thank you for the doot. That's the sound of Miho's single brain cell bouncing in her head. Big doot. I love the thought of Juliet just being, will you be staying for a while? And Miho's just like, will I? Juliet looks like she just got off a theatre stage. I know, I love it. Like, if I had an excuse to wear an outfit like this all the time, I fully would. Also we have like matching cravats almost. We got the little neck ruffles. Thank you for the door knock, and thank you for the hydrate as well, Gambler. I will have a sip of my drinks. Let's have a sippy. There we go. Oh, I'm small now. Whoa, thank you for redeeming the chibi redeem. I guess we're not matching anymore. I'm not matching Juliet anymore. Heard me say we're matching and you're like, denied, no cravat for you. Remove ruffles. It's okay, I've got a beret now, so I'm matching Aspen. Wait, I'm gonna match one of them either way. Oh, it's perfect. And, I know I haven't used it in a while, but my casual outfit as well, I have a jacket that I wear off my shoulders, so I'm kind of matching Miho with that too. I'm matching with all the outfits I wear. This is so good. It's time for me to just cosplay the cast of Please Be Happy, I guess. That's so funny. Wait, because with Miho's as well, I also have a sleeveless top and a jacket off the shoulders. Wait, it actually works perfectly. Oh. And I've got the glasses too. I've got my roundish glasses. Yeah, this is my Aspen look. The magical girl design is my Juliet look, and then the casual design is my Miho look. I'm so happy with that actually. I love this. Oh, it's so good. Wait, why do I kind of want to commission art of these characters in my outfits now? That would be cute. Missed that old outfit. I miss it too, honestly. It's always gonna hold a special place in my heart, but just as a little heads up for people who are here, it's not gone forever. I do plan on getting that outfit with my 2.0 model, so it's not gone. It's just my artist has been very busy making a game called Please Be Happy. So it's time now. She's probably gonna be like, oh god, please stop, Lirie, because she's finally done with the game, and I'm gonna be like, okay, can I commission you for loads of art now? Let me throw money at you again. Yeah, I'm hoping on making it like a toggleable thing so I can switch between them. But yes, I'm gonna have 3 outfits. I mean, I already have 3 outfits. I will have 3 outfit choices soon.
If so, we can continue this conversation in the dining room. It's a bit more private there.
Private? Oh, okay. Sink fact, there are at least 2 sinks in Australia. I already know that. You've already told me that. But welcome, Sink Goblin Man. Do you know how many sinks there are in New Zealand? Because I feel like there might be at least 2 there as well. Yeah, toggleable sounds like a weird word, but it does make sense. Toggleable. Like, you are able to toggle. Also, yes, I'm small! You get to see me in action! I'm so glad. Let me give you a shout out, too. Shout out for the lovely dog with socks, who is the one who made this model. The art and the rigging, it was all done by Dog with Socks, so please give him a follow. Such a cute model. Look at me. I'm so small. I can even remove the Sandra as well. If it's getting too warm, Sandra can go wander off somewhere. But she likes being around my shoulders. It's like my little worm on a string scarf. The sink per person ratio in Japan is 5 sinks for every 1 Japanese person. Is that true? If that's true, that's really interesting. Oh wait, I guess it counts for like public places too, like as well as homes, there would also be like public bathrooms and like kitchens. That makes sense. Now that I think about it a bit more. Also, Flying Blue Ice, thank you for throwing something at me. It's a sink fact, so it must be true. You know what, you're right. Anyway, I guess we're going to the dining room? Yeah, fact to let that sink in. Juliet takes charge of the conversation effortlessly, and I accidentally sigh in relief.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great. I'm not gonna run away again.
I'm glad to hear that.
Oh!
Right this way, then.
Oh. Juliet leads the way down the hall and into one of the locked rooms. We enter a cozy little room with a table and a few chairs, as well as a fridge. The 3 of us sit down, although I move my chair so I'm not so close to the others. Oh, thank you for following as well, Sink Goblin Man. I hope to hear more Sink facts in the future, thank you. But welcome. Oh, this is so pretty. Look at the flowers.
Can I get you anything to eat or drink, Miho?
I would like a can of Monster Energy, please. I shake my head. I'm hungry, but I'm way too nervous to eat. Juliet smiles in response to my answer, which came just a little too quickly to sound natural. By the way both she and Aspen are looking at me, I can tell they're expecting me to say something first. Oh, thank you for the hydrate! I guess I can have a monster, thank you very much. Let me have a sip of my drinks, there we go. Yum. Gotta stay hydrated. I feel like later, like I'm alright at the moment, but with the amount of talking and narration I'm doing, I feel like my throat is gonna suffer later, so I've gotta make sure I keep drinking. Keep drinking lots. None of the words that I planned are coming back to me. What do people even say in a situation like this? The temptation to run away is overwhelming, the door just a few feet behind me. My knuckles whiten as I tightly clench my fists in my lap, pushing myself to resist the urge. I told myself that I'm going to take this chance. Even if it's the hardest thing I've ever done, I'm going to be honest with them. Honest Fox?
Well...
Honest Fox? The Syncscription. I'm trying to think of like another pun for like sinks and subscriptions. I was trying to think of something with tap, but I don't think it quite works. Syncscription's good enough. Oh, Miho, this music is gorgeous. I struggle to think of what to say. Listen to it. It's so pretty. Juliet waits patiently, her eyes gazing coolly in my direction more than directly at mine. Aspen soon grows restless, however, her expression clouded with concern.
Sorry. I don't know how to just say things. I've only ever copied other people's, so I...
Oh, big mood. Big mood, Miho. Aspen's expression clears up in some sort of understanding.
It's okay, Miho. Take your time.
So I don't really know how to talk like this.
You're doing just fine.
You're doing great, sweetie. I'm proud of you.
If you say so.
Oh, I love her. I love her so much. Hold on a sec. I wanna, You're doing great, sweetie. There we go. Giving Miho a head pat. Okay, but why does Juliet sound like she wants to flirt with Miho? I don't know. I think that's just her default voice. Everything she says is just wonderful. Sorry, what? Yeah. Yeah, where were we?
It's not just talking either. I don't know much about anything. Well, anything human.
No.
All I really know about is being a fox. And all we foxes care about is how to survive. It might be hard to believe, but I'm not a normal fox either. There's something kinda special about me. Kinda different.
Gumiho. I finger the beads around my neck. Their constant warmth and presence is reassuring. I avoid looking at either Aspen's or Juliet's face. What else?
Usually, I have to steal to get by. I don't just have to, I like to. I'm good at it too. That's how I ended up meeting Juliet. And the reason I'm so good at it is because I don't know why it happens, but ever since I got my human form, everyone forgets me. Even the people who catch me stealing from them.
Oh.
After a day or two, I can walk right past their face and they wouldn't even recognize me. No one has ever recognized me. Until Aspen remembered who I was at the Bell House. It was such a shock that I ran away. That's what I always do. I was thinking about leaving Wellington forever, even though I just arrived a couple days ago.
So sad. Okay, I'm back to normal now as well. I am not small anymore. Back to Juliet form.
I'm still kind of tempted, but instead, I came back here. And that's it.
Miho, you said you're no good at saying things, but I feel like she nailed that, honestly. She explained everything perfectly there. I'm so proud of her. Just hearing the words coming out of my mouth makes me want to die of embarrassment. It makes me uncomfortable when other people think about me. And yet, putting everything out there feels surprisingly good. It feels like a weight has come off my shoulders. There's no going back now, and that's a relief in its own way.
So you're saying that you've never ever had a family? Or a friend?
Nope. Thought she'd be vague about the stealing. I mean, I think they're a little bit past that, considering the fact that she got caught by Juliet taking everything from the library, so they already kind of know about the stealing, so I don't think it's a... I think it makes sense that she would mention it. But yeah, she explained that really well.
Nope, never. And not since I stopped being a regular fox, at least.
No.
Oh. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh.
Why?
Well, because that's... not to be rude, but that sounds rather lonely to me.
It does sound lonely. Oh wait, yeah, the comment about actually liking stealing, that's, yeah. That makes sense. I think that may have just come out as she was explaining things. Probably wasn't part of her planned statement of things to say. I love the thought of both of them just like looking between each other. She's like, I like stealing. And they're like, oh god, what have we let ourselves in for? Yeah.
Lonely, huh? I've never thought about it before.
I see.
It does sound very lonely. Aspen sits back, still looking concerned. From the way she keeps fidgeting, I get the impression she wants to say more but is holding back. Juliet swoops in to salvage the situation.
You have been very brave to stay here, Miho. I'm personally glad that you decided to come back to the library. I had your room prepared in hopes that you would.
Yes!
You're welcome to use it for as long as you'd like. I think that we could become great friends.
Yes!
Friends.
Like, gal pals? Roommates? I roll the word around in my mouth as if it were a strange food I'm gingerly trying. Is that a word that fits me? Is that something I could have? It's never seemed like a possibility before. None of what Juliet's offered me has. Right now, it feels like I'm standing at the end of one path and the beginning of another. I could turn around and go back the way I came, back to the den and a life spent alone. I know that world, I've lived in it for so many years. But I can't just go back, not now. Not when there can be something more, something new. Everything could be different, if I just let it. When I look at Aspen and Juliet, I can tell what they're hoping I'll say.
I think I'd like that.
Oh, look at their faces. Oh, I love this. Big smiles take over both their faces. Slowly, I let myself smile too.
Well then, Miho. Welcome home.
I feel welcomed. Tadaima. Oh. Chapter 2, A Life Worth Living. Achievement unlocked! Start Chapter 2. Oh, I love this. For the second day in a row, I wake up in a soft bed. My bed. It's early. The library downstairs is silent. No one else is here aside from Juliet. I didn't even transform before falling asleep last night, just passed out like this with human arms and legs. No wonder I'm sore. After I agreed to Juliet's offer, the rest of the day passed by quickly. Aspen and Juliet showed me around the house part of the library, and Juliet made dinner for the three of us. Aspen didn't leave until the evening, and I decided to go to bed early. After the whirlwind of emotions I went through yesterday, I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Not having to be on alert the moment I open my eyes is a nice change. I can toss and turn and even doze a little bit longer. Oh, sleepy Miho! Look at her. Yeah, I love the welcome home. I'm just like, I'm home. This is home now. I get as much rest as my body will let me. Once I've had my fill of being lazy, I finally crawl out of bed.
Okay, time to get up.
It doesn't take me long to get ready. I tiptoe to the door out of habit, so carefully that only someone with super keen hearing would be able to hear me. But then I remember.
Oh yeah, I don't need to sneak around while I'm here.
Oh yeah. She has permission to be here. I loosen up and step out into the hallway, shutting the door behind me. Being so openly noisy is almost harder than being sneaky. The building is still quiet. Juliet told me to come find her when I wake up, so I make my way down the hallway towards the room she showed me yesterday. It's one of the last in the hall, tucked away in the corner. Unlike the other doors, a tiny bit of flickering light escapes from the gap below.
This is the place.
Now that I'm standing here, my nerves start to get the better of me. What if she's forgotten me this time and chases me away? Or what if... I screw my eyes shut and take a deep breath, forcing away my worries. If I'm going to stay here for a while, I need to stop thinking like that. I can't let that fear keep getting the better of me. Forcing myself on, I twist the doorknob and enter. Wait, I should have knocked, shouldn't I? Oops. It's too late now as I step into the room, only to be struck by how dark it is. With no windows, the only light is from a dim lamp illuminating the white-clothed figure sitting at her desk. Just like the library downstairs, there are rows and rows of books covering the shelves around the room. This is such a lovely office. Juliet looks up to greet me, a gentle smile written on her face.
Oh, good morning, Miho. Did you sleep well?
I did, thank you. She remembered me. I hide my relief well, I think.
I sure did. I think that might have been the best sleep I ever had.
No.
I'm most glad to hear it. Would you like to sit down?
Oh, sure. Thanks.
Chair. There's only one other seat, so I awkwardly sit down across from her. It feels a little bit like an interrogation.
Would you like some tea?
I've never had tea, so I don't know if I like it or not. I feel like I should accept her offer out of politeness, though.
Sure.
Juliet pulls out a teacup from a shelf nearby and sets it on a little plate. Then she carefully pours in the tea without spilling a single drop. She pushes the plate with the cup over to me.
Sugar.
Honey? I've eaten enough human snacks to know that I like sugar.
Yes, please.
She takes the lid off a small pot and offers it to me. It's full of little white cubes. Without hesitating, I take two and toss them in my mouth. They're kind of crunchy at first, but quickly fall apart. Juliet frowns just a little. Enough that a human probably wouldn't notice. Did I do something wrong? She's so head empty, I love it. Honestly, me too. Give me some sugar cubes, I'll just eat one. I'll just crunch. Wait, I know!
Oh, thank you!
Oh, Miho! That gets her to smile, so I'm pretty sure I did the right thing. She sets the pot of treats back down under her desk.
We'll have breakfast in a little while. Aspen usually comes by to help open the library, and then we eat together.
Aww.
That sounds nice. Does she help out because of the sunlight?
My, that's astute of you. You're correct. Although I'm able to tolerate a bit of sun, I do prefer the dark. I wasn't sure if you knew I was a vampire or not.
I figured it out just now. That explains how you were able to hear me and find my den, huh?
Definitely explains the bats. Hello.
Indeed. That said, I have my dear friend Orpheus to thank for helping me know where to find you.
Orpheus? Something scratches in the corner of the room, and I look up to notice a large bat dangling from a hook on one of the shelves. Has that been there this entire time?
Is he also...
No, Orpheus is a bat through and through, not a vampire. He happened to notice you on his way home one day.
Bats and bats.
So that's the friend you were talking about. I was wondering about that.
What a good friend. I want a bat friend.
I have the pleasure of knowing several of Wellington's loco bats. They keep me apprised of news from around the city.
It's so funny to think about just bats generally flying around, because I feel like it's the kind of thing you don't really see. Like, I hear tales of, like, people with bats, like, hiding in attics and stuff, and then they have to be removed, but it's not the kind of thing you think about, like, just a bat generally flying around. Like, you just look to the side and you're like, oh, a bat. I feel like that would be a very unusual thing to me.
You're not, like...
I like bats, though.
You know...
I tap one of my front teeth, not sure how to ask the question politely.
Oh, heavens no! I consume as little blood as one of my kind can, and what I do partake of is freely donated.
I see.
I love this city, and its people. I'd never had them like that. Besides, I had quite enough of that during my time in the underworld. Is that where you come from as well?
Oh, I'm not from the underworld. I'm from Korea. I've heard lots about it, though. I'm one of the only fabled I know of who doesn't come from there. For a long time, I didn't even know that other fabled existed.
Oh, imagine just being an animal and then suddenly you are magical and can turn into a person and not knowing anyone else like that. That must be terrifying. That must be so scary. You've had some bats fly around the house a few times when you were a kid. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess a lot depends on where you're from. Like, because I guess where I am in, like, the middle of England, that you don't really see bats around here. Unless it's, like, in a zoo or something.
Indeed. Gumiho, like yourself, are some of the few I know of.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Gumiho? Is that what I'm called? That explains a lot.
Gumiho.
You didn't know, but you go by the name Miho.
I love the thought of her just like instinctively picking names without knowing why. It's just like, I think I will call myself Gumiho. I don't know why.
Just because I like the sound. I thought it was more like a nickname. I change it up wherever I go. Gumi, Homie, Migu. I've never had a real name. I didn't even know I had a kind. I've never met someone else like me. I wonder if we'd have much in common.
You're not alone anymore. Have other foxes, well, Gumiho, lived the same kind of life I have? Maybe they're better at fitting in with people than I am, and that's why I've never seen one.
Are there any other Gumiho in Wellington?
None that I know of. It's possible, though.
I'm not sure what I'd say if I did meet one.
I'd wondered about others like me before, but since I've never met one, I eventually assumed they don't exist. Finding out that they do, and that there's even a name for us, comes as a pretty big surprise. No matter how long I've been alive, there's still so much that I don't know about the world. As our discussion tapers off, the sound of the front door reaches my ears from downstairs. Juliet must have heard it too, looking over as I do.
Oh, that'll be Aspen. Shall we go down to breakfast?
Breakfast?
I'll never say no to that.
Breakfast. Juliet takes to her feet, picking up the lamp and carrying it with her. Bat! Oh, this is so cute! Orpheus is so cute. I love Orpheus. He is so cute. Orpheus the bat leaves the study when we do, though he flies off in a different direction. I guess he won't be joining us for the meal. No, he's probably gone off to find like a mouse or something. Do bats eat mice? Wait, what do bats eat? What do bats eat? I'm curious now. Insects! So bats will eat a lot of insects. Mostly like beetles, mayflies, moths. Oh, that makes sense. They are called insectivores. I learnt something today. Nice. I have to be careful not to spill my cup of tea as we walk down the stairs. Aspen waits at the bottom, a large book tucked under her arm. She waves with her free hand to greet us.
Good morning, Aspen. It's nice to see you again.
Oh, this is so cute. The gang's all here. Look at them. I love them. Oh, there's also fruit bats. Yes, I totally forgot about fruit bats. Guessing they eat fruit.
Good morning, Juliet. And you too, Miho. I must admit,
Yes!
I was a little worried you might run off during the night.
I may have thought about it a little.
Just a little bit.
After I went to bed, though, I was out like a light.
Glad you decided otherwise, then. Living in the library sounds like heaven. I can't believe you'd think about giving that up. Anyway, I'm opening today, so I can't stay too late. I'll go ahead and take care of the windows.
I'll get started on breakfast then. Would you like grape or strawberry jam?
Strawberry.
I think I'm feeling like strawberry today.
Yes.
Or some of that orange marmalade, if there's any left. You have to let Miho try that too.
I'll see if we have it. Is that a nonce you have with you? You can just leave him on the desk for now.
It sure is. I'll be taking Jacques on the way out.
I'll write it down.
Oh, books. The two of them stroll off in different directions while I stand on the stairs, unable to follow any of the conversation.
Who's Jax? Anonsei? I don't see anyone with you.
This is Anonsei.
She taps the cover of the book she brought with her.
He's the author of this. Juliet suggested I read some of his work, but I'm finding him rather dull.
Huh.
I try my best to sound interested, but I doubt it's successful. Maybe I'd see the appeal if I could read them, but how can they be better than doing things yourself? After setting the book down on the front desk, Aspen goes into the main room, leaving me alone in the hallway. I make my way down the rest of the steps. Looking down at my teacup, I decided to take a tiny sip. I'm getting tired of carrying it around. Yuck. It's kind of bitter, but also bland at the same time. Frowning, I set the cup down on one of the shelves nearby. At least I tried it. The sugar was way better, though. Oh, Miho, if only you could try tea with sugar in it. At the same time. The door Aspen went through is still open, and I can hear her bustling around. The room where Juliet went isn't far away either, and I already smell food. I guess I'll go watch. Oh, a choice! A choice! Oh, uh-oh, a choice. We got a choice. Oh no, the first choice. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to choose. Oh no. Also, I really love that, I really love how Miho was convinced that the thing she'd done wrong was forgetting to say thank you, and not the fact that she was just straight up crunching sugar cubes. Don't know who to check on. Because this is gonna be like the root choice I get. Should I do a poll? Shall I do a poll for it? Let's do a poll. Let's see which way I should go. Who? Right, let's just do a quick poll. Let's do a minute poll. There we go. I've set a poll up. Which way should we go? Who are we gonna be checking on? Ooh. Ooh, it looks like Juliet's winning. Oh, it's even. Ooh. Ooh. Looks like Aspen's in the lead. Ooh. Will there be a last-minute shake-up, or are we going to be going to check on Aspen? Whoa. Time's nearly up if anyone hasn't voted. Oh, I think it looks like we're going to be checking up on Aspen first. I do plan on doing... I plan on completing this game, so I will be doing both eventually, but it looks like it's going to be Aspen first. Woohoo! We have a winner! Hey Aspen, what are you doing? Can you teach me how to read? I don't know what a word is. Aspen is in the book room by now, and I wander through the door she left open. She steps from window to window, pushing them open and pulling the curtains back. With each one, another sunbeam pours in and the room gets a little bit brighter.
Oh, hey Miho. How was your first night here?
Oh, I love her.
Great! After you left, I went to bed early. And then I got to sleep in.
You sure do love to sleep.
Who doesn't?
Color me even more jealous. I'm working opening shifts most of this week, so I have to be up early every day.
Oh, suffering.
Or else, what?
She stops and gives me a frustratingly familiar look. The look that means I've said something weird.
Or else I get reprimanded for being late. Duh. Not to be rude, but, have you never had a job?
Of course she hasn't. She's a fox.
Nope. I haven't done most human things, if you can't tell.
Oh, I certainly can tell.
I love how blunt she is.
Your life must be fascinating. Someday I'd like to hear about all you've seen and done.
God, I love it. I love how blunt both of them are, honestly. I feel like this is going to be so interesting to follow.
I'm really not that interesting. My life is just wandering around for the most part. I try to avoid doing stuff as much as I can.
Oh, I love them.
I know plenty of people who would kill for a lifestyle like that, you know.
Yeah, especially without having to work. After pushing open the last window, Aspen starts to drift around the room, moving chairs and furniture into their spots.
Anyway, I come here most mornings just to have breakfast and chat with Juliet, even if I'm not opening.
Is there not any food where you live?
Oh, Miho.
There usually is, but I enjoy the company as much as the food. Speaking of which, Juliet should be about done by now. Let's join her, shall we?
Yeah, let's get food. I follow behind Aspen as she walks on, adjusting and rotating a few more out-of-place items on the way. By the time we reach the kitchen, there's a big pile of buttered toast and different spreads waiting for us on the table. As we walk up to her, Juliet's setting down a plate of sliced fruit and another of fried eggs beside it.
You two are right on time. I was just about to call for you.
Aha!
I have a sixth sense for it, apparently.
We all sit down and dig in. The food, of course, is delicious.
So, Miho, how will you be spending your first day as an official Wellington resident?
I don't know yet. Hadn't really thought about it. Now that you mention it, I'll have a lot more free time now, huh? Usually I'd go hunting for food, or looking for a better place to stay, or...
But yeah, you don't have to do that anymore. Instinctively, I go silent as I reach for my pocket and the familiar crumpling paper.
Or...
If it's something you don't want to share, don't feel that you must.
Right, that too.
I hesitate. I'm not sure I've ever told anyone about my goal, or at least not the specifics. I've had a lot of first times lately, though. What's one more? Besides, maybe the two of them can help.
No, it's okay. I've been looking for someone.
Oh, the scroll. I wipe my hands first, making sure they don't have any crumbs or grease on them. Then I carefully slide the thin scroll from my pocket. I always keep it in the deepest part where it won't get wet or damaged. With great care, I gently unroll it, letting the two women see the ink markings brushed onto the scroll. The edges are fuzzy with age by now, but the text is still legible. I think, anyway.
They gave me this a long time ago. I don't know what it says.
Is that Korean? Maybe Chinese? I'm not able to read either
I
one,
would guess
unfortunately.
Korean.
They remind me of older Chinese characters, but I can't be certain myself. Sorry, but I'm not too familiar with them either.
They look a little defeated, but I quickly wave off their concern.
It's okay. Nobody I've asked could read it either. For all I know, they might just be scribbles.
Yeah, maybe it's just a pretty
I
picture.
thought that maybe if I knew what it said, it would help me find them.
God, it's so horrible hearing this and also knowing how long she's been alive and what that implies. It's so painful. Oh, Noi! Hello, Noibat. Thank you for making me small again. I've gone from matching Juliet's cravat to matching Aspen's beret. But welcome! Hello! I was gonna say welcome to Comfy Story Times, but it's a little bit sad at the moment. But it's okay. Oh, thank you for the head pat too. But welcome. I hope you're doing well.
Who exactly are they, if I may ask?
They're a traveler. I learned that word just to be able to describe them.
Oh.
They were the first human I ever met. They told me stories about the rest of the world.
And you've been searching for them ever since then?
Oh.
Yup. For as long as I can remember. I met them back in Korea, when I was a fox.
That's a long time ago.
I couldn't understand what they were saying. Not until much later.
Reminiscing about them gives me a very particular feeling. It's warm and fuzzy, but also a little sad. I think people call it nostalgia. My voice is a little quieter as I finish what I mean to say.
But that never stopped them from coming to see me.
Oh, watching World Cup and here for comfy times. I see. Well, we've got the comfy times here. This game is so cute. I've been smiling the whole time I've been playing it. It's so good.
I don't know their name or even where they're from.
I love them.
But I'll definitely recognize them when I see them again.
Oh, Miho. Yeah, everything about this game is so gorgeous. I love it so much. Both of the women before me are quiet for a moment, visibly thinking over what I've said. After a long while, it's Juliet who speaks first.
In that case, I'd be happy to assist in any way I can.
Me too, of course. Speaking of which, I may have found something useful to you. I was doing a little bit of research on Gumiho last night. There was surprisingly little to be found compared to some of the other fabled.
Wait a sec. You found out that I'm a Gumiho too?
Well, yes. It wasn't too difficult to look up. Is that odd?
I love that she's just like, wait, I know I'm a fox, but how'd you realize I was a magical fox? How'd you do that? Also, Deez, hello, welcome, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Comfy Times, I hope you enjoy your time here. So, in less than a day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to find out something about myself that I couldn't in a lifetime. Being able to read is helpful, huh?
I guess not.
I only realize how I sound after I've said it. Juliet shoots a look at Aspen, who quickly tries to move the discussion along.
Anyway, I was trying to find out why Juliet and I can remember you when nobody else can.
We've come to the conclusion it's because we're gorgeous. Thank you for the gym, too.
Although I didn't find anything about memories in particular, there was one story that claimed a Gumiho's curse doesn't take effect until a full day later.
Huh.
Oh, of course. And since you and I both saw Miho again before too much time passed, we didn't forget her.
So you've just got to be together all the time.
Right. That also makes sense from what you told us yesterday, Miho, doesn't it? You said you don't tend to talk to people a second time.
Yeah, I usually try to avoid it, really.
Understandably. Thank you for the doot. I hadn't ever thought of my magic as a curse before, but I guess to the person it's affecting it is.
So that means that all we have to do to avoid forgetting about Miho is...
Stalk her. I mean, what? It's impossible to miss the pause before Aspen's words, like even she's not confident in what she's about to say.
See her every day. Forever.
You don't have to say it like that. Why does she say it like it's a bad thing? Forever. Forever, ever? That word hangs in the air. Aspen says it cheerfully, but I can recognize just how impossible that is. At some point, even these two will forget me, won't they? Why even try then? Why bother if I know it'll just hurt in the end? On cue, those kinds of thoughts start to swirl in my head like always. It's so tempting to just stop caring and give up on others. No, I won't let myself dwell on that. Not on my first day living here. Who knows, even if it's a long time from now, maybe these thoughts will go away for good. Thank you for the head pad! Juliet clears her throat before the silence goes on for too long.
Well, that's not bad at all. Preserving the memory of those you hold dear is one of the most important parts of life.
Very true. Aspen considers for a moment before nodding.
It really is.
It seems a little early for either of them to consider me dear to them, but I keep that to myself. Oh yeah, if that is like a Gumiho thing, then it would explain a lot as to why Juliet doesn't know if there's any others there, because she wouldn't remember it. So they could be everywhere. There could be so many around. They just don't remember.
So, anyway, about Jacques.
Yes? For a relief, Aspen changes the subject away from me and my magic. As Juliet and Aspen chat between themselves, the conversation drifts onto things I don't know about, and people and places I don't recognize. It's all probably related to books. I smile and laugh when they do, but I'm not really paying attention or talking. Listening to the two of them, they may as well be speaking a different language. The more I observe, the more it seems I'll have to learn. Not just about normal people and human life, but about myself as well, and even the world. In one day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to figure out what I am and how my beads work. I've had a long time to do that and still had no idea. It doesn't even seem like it was that hard for them. There's something that I have to admit to myself. I haven't really tried before. Just what have I been missing out on? I feel something bubbling up inside of me, the same feeling as yesterday when I decided to come back to the library instead of running away. Something that makes me clench my fists and take a deep breath as I make another decision. Something that I realize I can put a name to, even though it's a new one for me. This is what people call hope. Even if it's pointless in the end.
I want to learn how to be a person.
Can you imagine they're just having a big old conversation about novels and then suddenly Miho just, I want to learn how to be a person. Juliet cuts off whatever she was saying mid-sentence. Both she and Aspen turn to face me, eyes wide. Oops, I guess I should have started by waiting for them to stop talking.
You want to... what?
I've already messed this up, but I keep going.
Be a person, to know about the things you two are talking about.
Yeah.
All the stuff that you give me a weird look for when I don't know. I want to learn about it.
No.
I'd say that you're already well on your way.
Her tone becomes quite serious as she continues. I'm a little glad she sees as much weight behind this as I feel about it.
Miho, there are some things that you can't rush or change overnight. This is definitely one of them. That said, starting can be the hardest part. You've already taken the first steps.
What Juliet said. I'm sorry, too. I didn't mean to keep you out of our conversation.
I love them. I love them so much.
No, it's okay. I was busy thinking anyway. I can't stop looking for my person, of course, but maybe I can do more than that too.
Yeah, you don't have to just do one thing. You can do more than one thing. Multitasking. Wait, that involves multiple brain cells. Maybe that's a dangerous
We'll help you
idea.
in any ways that we can.
No. Aspen nods in agreement, but then checks the time and sighs.
It'll have to wait until later, though, because I need to be leaving for work. I'm sure Juliet needs her rest, too.
Thanks. I am rather tired. Will you be all right on your own for the day, Miho?
Yeah, I should be. I'll figure out something to do.
Yay!
Wonderful. Here, let me take those.
She gets up and collects the dirty plates, then carries them to the sink.
Tomorrow I have to go in earlier than usual to open. If you come by, I can make you that drink again, Miho. As long as you promise not to run away, that is.
Sure. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere this time. Although... will it still be at home?
On the house. Aha.
At home?
At home?
Like... free.
Oh, on the house! Yes, of course!
At home,
This
that's
should
so
probably
cute.
be the last time, though, or my boss will start getting upset.
Yeah, you can't just keep giving out free drinks, although it's very sweet that you are. And I'm back to normal. I'm not small anymore. Oh, my glasses are gone, though. There we go.
Aw, okay. It was nice while it lasted.
Aspen pauses as she rises from the table and starts to leave.
You know, getting a job might be a good idea if you're serious about living a normal life. It's hardly the most fun, but then you could buy as many fairy kiss chillers as you want.
A job? Sounds like a pain.
Getting a job? Aspen just sighs as I sink into my seat. The way she talks about having a job makes it sound awful.
Well, it's just a suggestion. See you later, Juliet. Miho.
With that, she takes her leave as Juliet and I wave her off. After the distant sound of Juliet shutting her bedroom door, the whole library is silent, leaving me alone with my thoughts in the kitchen. The front doors are unlocked and open to everyone, so it's just a matter of time until the first guests arrive.
Well, what do I do now?
The empty room doesn't have an answer. Right about now, I'd usually be scrounging for breakfast or scoping out a new place, or maybe even planning where I'll spend the night. But with a full belly and a bed to come back to, I don't have to worry about any of that. Instead, I have a lot of free time on my hands.
Guess I'll explore.
Exploring time! It's how I've been spending a lot of my time recently anyway. And while Juliet and Aspen seem fine so far, it's still a little tiring to be around other people so much. Having some alone time is important too. You are so right, Miho. Making my way into town, I try to pay more attention to what people are doing, instead of searching for opportunities. I meant what I said about wanting to be more of a person, but small steps are easier for me. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's observing. You know what, I just noticed the time because I just heard a tiny scrabble at my door, which means my cat wants her dinner, which means it's her dinner time, which means I've been going for 4 hours. So I think I might leave it here. This feels like a good spot to leave it at with Miho about to head off and explore. So I am going to save here on the first day of forever. Oh, that's so cute. It's so cute. And I'm gonna leave it at that for now. And I am definitely going to be playing more of this next week. I'm so excited. But this has been really nice. This is such a sweet game. It's so good. I'm so happy it's out. And I'm so happy it's so sweet and lovely. Please be happy. I am so happy. Thank you for the head pat too. Also, did my little command. It's out now. Buy it, please. Support the devs. It's so good. Like, you can tell how much passion has gone into this. I love it so much. Oh no, I thank you for wasting your points as well. They are gone. There they are. Thank you for your generous donation to the void. But yes, thank you so much. Right, with that I shall... bloop. I shall head over to here and we can find somebody to raid. Let's see who's online. Let's have a look. See what's going on. I feel like most people are just playing Pokemon at the moment. There are so many Pokemon streams at the moment, and I'm so reluctant to go into a Pokemon stream because I haven't done much and I don't want to spoil myself. Well, honestly, not getting spoiled on Pokemon is kind of impossible on the internet at the moment. I'm just very gently avoiding everything. But, oh wait, I know who I want to raid. I know exactly who to raid. Oh yes, I haven't been able to raid Nue in a while. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, thank you very much. I will have a sip of my drink before we end. Oh, that one hit me hard. Thank you for the hydrate. I got my water, I got my monster. And yeah, I want to send a raid over to the lovely Nue, who is also a pink-haired VTuber, and they are really lovely. They also have such comfy streams, and they play a lot of visual novels too. I think I think the game they're playing at the moment is a visual novel? It is! Yeah, they're playing a visual novel right now, so... Yeah, let's go from one visual novel to another. Let me... doobie-doobie-doop. Try and figure out what the heck I'm doing. Right, let's get the raid command up. Here is the raid message. If you're subbed, we'll use the comfy emote. Also, if you're not subbed but you have channel points, you can actually unlock the Lirie comfy emote for its I don't remember how many channel points it is, but it's the lowest I could set it at. Yeah, it's 80 points. 80 channel points, and you can unlock Lirie comfy for the next 24 hours. And you can use it on any stream as well. But if you don't want to do that as well, and you still want to post a raid message, we will just use the hearts emote instead, because we're spreading the love. We're carrying on the good vibes. Although I'm pretty sure they're playing a horror visual novel at the moment, so it might not be as comfy, but honestly, their streams are always a comfy time anyway, so... Right, let's get this raid set up. Oh, thank you for the head pat too! Head pat before we head off. But yeah, I'm loving this game so far. I cannot wait to play more. I'm so excited. I think I know what I'm going to be doing next week. But yes, thank you so much everyone for joining me. I'll be back again on Friday for some more Family Friday streaming. I think we're just going to be escape simulatoring again. We still got to finish the level we didn't complete last week, so yeah, I think Family Friday is going to be more escape simulator, but yes, that is it for me for now. I'm going to go get some dinner sorted now. But thank you so much everyone for joining me, and until next time, bye bye!